Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. If you'll do the TV coverage announcement and the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The special hearing of June 29, 2009 will be televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, or Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of the special hearing will be on Tuesday, June 30th at 9 a.m., July 1st, July 2nd, July 3rd, and July 4th at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. And for the roll call, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
Commissioner Valencia.
Here.
And Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we set this period aside to take public comment for anything not on today's agenda. I have no speaker slips. Mr. Chairman, or Commissioner Cooney, do you have any for public comment? Okay. Thank you. That being said, Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read the first item. Oh, excuse me. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Johnson has a few announcements he wanted to make. I know there's not a formal place on the agenda, but for the public's sake, I think a few announcements are in order.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. I just have two announcements to make. One is we have a couple upcoming workshops that I wanted to let the commission and the public know about. One is on Saturday, July 11th at Vieja Valley School. It begins at 9 a.m. and this is with regards to the update of the Goleta Community Plan. We've reached a critical milestone at this point, and we're really starting to engage the public in the update of the plan, really looking at some of the commercial areas and residential areas, and really looking for public involvement as we kind of proceed with the next phases of the plan over the next few months. The meeting begins at 9 a.m. at Vieja Valley School, and so we're hoping that we'll see a fair amount of participation. The second one is a workshop that we're going to be holding on Thursday, July the 16th. We haven't nailed down the location yet. We've had a couple cancellations from schools who are doing some construction during the summer, but we should have a date by the end of this week. And this is to kick off the Gaviota Rural Region Plan. And we want to involve the public and stakeholders at the outset to make sure that we're focusing in on the right issues. And that meeting will begin at 6:30. If you check the county's website, if you go to the Long Range Planning website, we will have a location nailed down, and we will be putting out notices in the paper and to interested parties. That workshop will also kick off the formal recruitment of the Planning Advisory Committee and how the process will unfold to select the members who are going to serve on that committee.
Thank you. Ms. Black, I don't see it on our agenda, but do we want to discuss our blue sheets at all? Or?
Mr. Chair, I think we'll wait until our next hearing unless we make a decision to continue this item today, and then we can look at the projection
Great.
report in that context.
Okay, Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read the first item into the agenda, to the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department to consider case number 09GPA1, 09GPA2, 09RZN7, and 09ORD10, and to recommend that the Board of Supervisors 1, amend the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan through adoption of the San Ynez Community Plan, which entails specific map and text amendments to the land use and circulation element of the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan, and map and text amendments to the Land Use and Development Code, Chapter 35- of the Santa Barbara County Code, and 2, to certify the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan Final EIR 08 EIR 4 as adequate environmental review for case number 09GPA1, 09GPA2, 09RZN7, and 09ORD10 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. And before we do the staff report, I'd just like to see if I couldn't set the tone of this meeting today so it ends up being logical and comes to a conclusion in a reasonable amount of time. Mr. Johnson's going to do a short staff presentation, and there are about, I believe, 8 or 9 items that need to be dealt with. So it's my intention to have Mr. Johnson bring up each item one at a time. allow for commissioner questions, allow for public comment, and I would hope that you would limit your public comment to the issue that he's going to bring up. Once all the issues have been dealt with, I will reopen up the public comment for any issue that you want to talk about. Wouldn't be limited to the that Mr. Johnson's going to bring forward to us. So that being said, you do not need a speaker slip for each time you would appear. Just make sure you have a speaker slip up here if you're going to comment on any one of the items. Commissioner Brown.
And I just have a question for you. If we have, outside of those particular topical areas, a question on Mr. Johnson's presentation, would that be appropriate immediately after? Where do you want us to ask those questions?
I would think that we'll let him bring up his 8 items. If he does, if you have one that he has not covered,
Okay.
then state it at that point in time, and we'll take that
Okay,
issue up.
all right, thank you.
I just don't want to be jumping back and forth to issue. Let's try and resolve them as we go. That being said, Mr. Johnson, do you want to make your staff presentation?
Oh, excuse me,
Yes.
Chair, I have my light on.
Sorry. Yes,
Look at
Commissioner
that
Brooks.
angle, yes, thank you. Yes, Chair Blau, will we have a set time limit for speakers? Are we looking at the 3-minute clock? Will we use the clock, allowing people to go over? Could we get some clarification
I think
on that now?
It kind of depends, I think, on what the issue is. For the most part, I want to make sure there's adequate time to discuss each issue, but I got to believe that segmenting them into 8 different issues, we shouldn't be talking for more than 3 minutes, I wouldn't think, on any issue. But if it interests the commission, and we'll continue to go forward that way,
Okay, so we will use the clock?
then we'll use the clock.
Thank you.
But I will try and be generous just to make sure we try and get it done today. Mr. Johnson.
Commissioner Blau and members of the commission, staff is here today to bring back to the commission for your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors a series of documents and include the San Ynez Community Plan, the EIR, and accompanying implementing ordinances, finding and mitigation measures that the board, if you concur and make a recommendation, if they should decide to adopt the plan as it's been redrafted to reflect your recommendations, they could do so by simply adopting the set of materials that were included in the packet for today's meeting. Staff's recommendation is simply to certify the EIR and the revision letter, which is included as attachments B and C, adopt the appropriate findings and statement of overriding considerations, attachment D and E, adopting specific text amendments to Land Use Development Code, attachment F, and adopting a resolution approving ordinance amendments as shown in attachment H. In today's presentation I'm going to go through each of these attachments and provide just a quick summary of the intent and purpose of the attachments and specifically how they have now encapsulated your conceptual recommendations and direction to staff at the last hearing. Just to recap, the commission did provide recommendation to staff on the downzone alternative, affordable housing overlay site, trails, etc. That became staff's marching orders, if you will, for working in the appropriate amendments to ordinances and resolutions. Today's hearing is largely to review the somewhat voluminous set of documents that we've provided to the commission to formalize your recommendation to the board. We did not include attachment A again, but just as by way of reminder, it is the community plan that was included back in May when we first transmitted the set of materials, including the EIR, to your commission. That document, once adopted by the board, would become essentially the guiding land use policy document for the San Ynez Valley, those areas contained within the planning area. That document will be modified based upon your recommendations before going to the board. If you take note, for example, today a lot of the exhibits and figures that are contained in the plan show existing zoning and proposed zoning. it would be obvious that we would just strike the existing zoning, because once it's adopted by the board, the proposed zoning would take effect. In some cases, the language is written in the future tense. For example, it'll say, upon adoption, this plan shall do X. We'll change that syntax and language so it reflects as it's adopted. So the language reflects as it's adopted. The EIR, which is recommended for your certification, was included as attachment B back in May. It is essentially an master environmental assessment, which will serve for providing programmatic analysis for future projects down the road. As planners and agencies look at projects that come in for permit review, the Master Environmental Assessment and EIR will serve as the basis for the overall programmatic analysis. We did provide a revision letter to your commission. The revision letter contains the analysis in response to both speakers and to commissioner comments at the May and June hearings. It incorporates the selection of the downzone alternative. It looks at impacts resulting from the implementation and elimination, the implementation of the downzone alternative without the affordable housing sites, and removes in some cases some class 1 determinations in areas, particularly the clean air plan, consistency, and some other traffic issues. There were also some revisions that were made to the mixed-use overlay, trails map, and inclusion of various different action items related to wine tasting rooms and other farm stays policies, historic resources, and we have incorporated as appropriate the analysis in the revision letter. We've also that revision letter also includes several minor changes and clarifications to text and to some of the tables. There were some errors that were found in the EIR, and we've corrected those errors in that revision letter. The revision letter, how it works upon certification by the board, is it sits in as the first set of pages when a decision maker or a planner would open up the EIR into the future, and it would help guide them as to the discussion and the changes in the project description that resulted from the deliberations at the series of Planning Commission hearings. Staff concluded, based upon the changes that were made by your commission, that the information contained in the revision letter does not require recirculation, and that is because there is no new significant environmental impacts that will result, or new mitigation measures that would result in secondary impacts. There's no substantial increase in the severity of any impacts, and that the revision letter does not conclude that the draft EIR was fundamentally flawed and conclusory in nature, that meaningful public review was not afforded. Moving now to the findings, which are included as attachment D, conclude that the San Ynez Community Plan and implementing amendments have been prepared in accordance with good planning and zoning practice, and in accordance with state and planning and zoning laws, and consistent with the county's land use development code. Just to note, and I'll talk about this later as part of my presentation, there were some findings that were included in the documents that was transmitted to the commission that did make reference to the affordable housing sites, and that was an oversight by staff, and we'll make sure that those are redacted and removed should your commission make a recommendation to forward those findings to the board. The statement of overriding considerations, that is required and is included as attachment D, and what the statement of overriding considerations do is a public agency may not approve a project that will have a significant effect on the environment unless the agency has eliminated or substantially lessened all significant effects of the environment where feasible, or determined that any remaining significant effects on the environment are found to be unavoidable and acceptable due to overriding considerations. And those are found in attachment D of your staff report. The Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, Attachment E, will, once adopted, will ensure implementation of adopted mitigation measures to reduce significant effects on the environment. If you look at the table that's included as Attachment E, you will see in some cases the timing, duration, and who's the responsible party to ensure that the mitigation measures are enforced. This is something that the county takes very seriously. If the county and the public has spent a tremendous amount of time, resources, and effort to come up with a whole host of mitigation measures, we want to make sure that we clearly identify when and who will be implementing these measures upon adoption. Attachment F is a resolution which would adopt specific amendments to the land use element in the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan. Exhibit A contains a compendium of all the goals, policies, and development standards. You will note the compendium was included for your quick ease and reference. It is really the nuts and bolts for how planners will implement the Santa Ynez Community Plan upon adoption. You can see in that compendium places where staff has either struck language or provided underline to note areas that have changed as a result of your recommendations at the various hearings, and specifically the recommendation that your commission provided to staff at the June 4th meeting. One point I did want to make, and this was a comment that we received at the last hearing that staff indicated we would provide some analysis and review of, was there were in many cases redundant policies and development standards that were in the draft Santa Ynez Community Plan that just reflected general standards and conditions, and staff went through and enumerated those in the revision letter, which are found in, I believe, a table in the revision letter. And to that extent, you can see where there's existing standards in place that would make the policies and standards in the community plan essentially extraneous. Attachment G is the attachment to adopt a resolution for specific amendments to the circulation element in the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan. Attachment G, Exhibit A, reflects the new circulation element and classification for roadways within the planning area. And there's also a bikeways map which establishes bikeway corridors within the area as well. Attachment H is the implementing ordinances, and these are the changes to the county's land use and development code. And specifically, they are changes that amend the design control overlay section, specifically providing findings and the intent and purpose of that overlay within the Santa Ynez area. It provides in the document as well. It adds the compendium of policies and development standards as an attachment to the land use development code, and then cites by reference and creates a new overlay in the Santa Ynez area. A new first step for the county creates an outdoor lighting ordinance. This has been the model for other areas that are considering an outdoor lighting ordinance, Summerlin and Mission Canyon being the other examples. And then there are other minor sections necessary that changes as well to implement the Santa Ynez Community Plan that are sprinkled throughout the Land Use Development Code. There were some oversight by staff in the set of documents that we brought back to you, and there was some requests for clarification about some of the action items, specifically the action items having to do with the development of design guidelines. And there was a request, I think oversight by staff, by Commissioner Brown, regarding some specificity that she had requested, that the scope of the design guidelines include signage and lighting. So slide 14 shows the underlying language shows language to be added to make sure that those issues are addressed when the action item is acted upon by the county. Additionally, development standard having to do with outdoor mechanical and other accessory structures, specifically backflow devices and electrical cable boxes, be appropriately screened. And you can see that there's some language there that provides the specificity to include other examples of accessory facilities that were found to be of need of screening as well. A couple other changes that were noted in attachment D. We had used the abbreviation for bar, and it was felt that we needed to spell that out specifically. So we'll be, as we move forward, making sure that it's consistent, that its Board of Architectural Review is spelled out in all locations. And as I mentioned before, the findings did make reference to affordable housing overlay sites, and we'll strike that language from the findings before it moves forward to the board. There was also a question about specifically in cases, and this has come up at several of the meetings, about potential conflict between Ag 1 and Ag 2. And staff has put together a map to highlight the areas that are proposing to go from Ag 1 and to Ag 2. And you can see they're somewhat around the periphery of the planning area. In no cases are we putting Ag 2 within the inner rural area. There largely would be in the rural area along the edge. And this was just to focus on with the discussion that Brian led, I believe, at the first Planning Commission hearing that we had in the Valley, to really highlight the zone comparisons and uses between those respective zone districts. Again, there was some concerns about conflicts between Ag 1 and Ag 2, between those areas. And staff at that hearing went through the process requirements and the distinctive uses that are allowed in Ag 1 and Ag 2, with the main distinction being animal husbandry, if I believe was the in Ag 2, you're allowed to have a more intensive amount of livestock within that zone district. And so, just kind of moving back to the map, we wanted to point out just where those changes were occurring should your commission recommend the down zone alternative. And from staff's perspective, those conflicts between Ag 1 and Ag 2 will be in almost any area where you have that interface. In the case of these particular rezones, it's depending on where you draw the line. If you were to draw the line out here, you're going to have the conflicts over here more. If you draw the line over here, you're going to have the conflicts over here. So this is certainly a policy choice for your commission to make that recommendation. The way that the documents have been drafted for your recommendation to the board were based upon and predicated upon the down zone alternative, which presumes these parcels would go from an Ag 1 zoning to an Ag 2 zoning.
Mr. Brown has a question.
I just, on this map, Mr. Johnson, the information that is on this map doesn't, I may be wrong, but on the down zone site survey map, it seems to be, I'm just wondering if my understanding of this map versus the map I have, in that this piece, it's not right along 246, but it incorporates the Gainey parcel right down here. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, let me get this. I think you're referring what we've described before as called the triangle
Right,
between Highway 154 and Highway 246.
right.
The proposal under the downzone alternative is to downzone these properties to Ag 240
Correct, but
and a rural boundary change that would bring in the rural boundary right up against the urban area on the eastern part of San Ynez right here. Does not include properties south of Highway 246 where we have the airport and these intervening properties.
okay, so the map that we have, that you were given to us in the downzone site survey does include that property. Does include south of 246, if I'm reading this correct.
Yeah, and I think I would defer to this map. This is the documentation, I think, that is more accurately reflects the zone changes that are being contemplated in the down zone.
Okay, so that the letter we got, read the Gainey, is not correct.
That's correct.
Okay, that's very helpful, all right.
Why don't you?
Mr. Chair, we also wanted to mention that in review of the changes, the revision letter also covered the Ag 1, Ag 2 compatibility issues and a conclusion that there was an increment of adverse impact as far as land use compatibility, but it was not a significant change, so it would require recirculation of the EIR. Just wanted to make that point.
I won't go through these comparisons again, but just wanted to remind the commission that we had gone through those various allowances and the process distinctions between the Ag 1 and Ag 2 zones. So moving and concluding with the staff presentation this morning is to then move forward with the set of recommendations that I outlined this morning with your recommendation of the various different resolutions, maps, text amendments, revision letters, and plan as appropriate. And staff's here to answer any questions about the set of documents that we provided to your commission in the last week.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Johnson and staff, for all the work that you've done on this. I know it's been considerable, so I appreciate it, and I appreciate the staff's responsiveness in making some of the changes that I requested, and I hope that they're satisfactory to the commission. Before I go there, I have some questions. I know we got, will you be presenting to us the request from Ms. Merritt regarding the scenic overlays at some point?
Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Brown, if it's the pleasure of the commission, we did receive a letter from Ms. Barrett. She had expressed some concerns about the protections in the plan that were afforded to the Santa Rosa Road area. And I've had extensive conversations with Ms. Merritt, and the policies that are in the plan are very protective of agricultural lands. There are policies that provide that agricultural land shall be preserved and used for ag. So there is some, if once adopted, will be some policy barriers to conversion of ag land into the future. However, there's a limited amount of scenic protections in terms of ag structures and residential development. And I think Ms. Merritt is looking for an action item that was similar to the action item that we placed in the Mission Canyon Community Plan to create a scenic corridor for the Santa Rosa Road area. Our recommendation would be is if the commission is interested in pursuing an action item of that nature, that it be more general in nature, because I believe there are other roads that probably meet the same scenic kind of qualities that the Santa Rosa Road has.
Great, okay. And you'll be presenting that to us at some juncture?
We
Go ahead.
have not crafted any specific language for the commission. However, if it's the direction of the commission, when we take a break, we could come up with some language for your review.
Okay. In attachment D, I appreciate the changes that you're going to make concerning removing of the affordable housing sites. And I just wanted to make clear that my concern about making the language on the BAR consistent was not only in the documents that we have for our meeting today, but in the EIR. I note that the use of the BAR is Central Board BAR, County, Santa Barbara County BAR, that all of that, because it's just not the abbreviation, it's just the okay. Attachment F, page 8 is, and my question, let me go to attachment H, page 8. Not even sure. D. My question has to do with the action policy, LUTSYV 1.3. And I've realized that you've eliminated some policies here, but it seems to me that this policy doesn't really sort of flow from the previous one. Maybe it does, I don't know. Maybe the second unit has to do with senior housing. On the previous page, on page 7 and 8. I just, if you, maybe that's just because you're moving things around, if you just take a look at that to see if, make sure it's correct. Then on page 10, I have a broader question, and this has to do with LUT-SYV 5.4 about the development of township-specific design guidelines. Now, in looking at the design overlay map in the EIR, one can see that the overlay pertains to Alamo Pintada, all of that, and to 246, and the townships are sort of exempted from the design overlay with their own particular standards. But in the larger township maps are residential structures which would normally get design review if they were just in the corridor. So is your plan to, where would these residential structures fall? They're going to fall just in a regular design review? Or you're not going to be devising design guidelines for them, I don't presume, if they are in the townships?
Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Brown, the design guidelines that are contemplated for the townships would cover both commercial and residential.
Oh, both,
It would-
okay.
It would cover both. That's the staff's understanding
Okay,
of the overlay and what it pertains to.
okay. I would like to get some comment from some of the PAC members on that, because I think their understanding is slightly different. Then the other question has to do with, because you've added signs and lighting, there may be commercial structures which have signage or lighting that are outside of the townships, that the signage and lighting guidelines would apply, like wineries, for instance, that are along the corridor. So while the townships would benefit from more robust signage guidelines, those that are along the corridor would not get that. So would not get that kind of additional design review guidelines. So had you thought about that, first of all? And secondly, I think it's important that retail or commercial sort of uses along the corridor be included. Because if you just are in the design overlay, you go to BAR, but the signage guidelines only apply to in the townships.
Well, Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Brown, today, under the county's land use development code, signage in the agricultural zones is severely regulated. There are some regulations. Now, tying those signs to a permit application for a business that's located in this specific township, we'd have to give it some thought about how we would tie those two together, if that's what the
Well,
comment is.
I just wondered, had you thought of that? Because as I'm going to ask you a question about your attachment H, which is lighting, I wasn't quite sure what kinds of projects the lighting standards or the lighting guidelines apply to. So that's kind of a double-barreled question, but maybe if you could answer that, that would be helpful, and it would broaden my understanding of those that are in the overlay.
Well, let me see if I can break it down here, Commissioner Brown. The design guidelines for the townships would deal with signs within those respective townships.
Right.
Current standards for signage within areas outside of that overlay would apply to other signs. The outdoor lighting ordinance would apply to the set of facilities and types of facilities, both residential and commercial,
So they're included.
throughout the San Ynez Valley.
Okay. Okay. And I wonder if we could just get some comment from some of the PAC members concerning these because I know I discussed this with Mr. Field yesterday, and he said it was opposite of what you're saying. So I just would like some clarity as we go forward to make sure that we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Brown. My name is Bob Field, and I was the former chairman of the VPAC. And both myself and Lansing Duncan, as former GPAC chairman, have volunteered to sit here as sort of an extension to staff when these are memory questions, because unfortunately none of the current staff members attended any of the particular meetings. So there is some confusion on this design overlay, and a smallish mistake in terms of physically how big it is on the paper. Ms. Brown deserves an award for having eyes like a hawk to discover that there's some gaps in where the design overlay was applied. So Derek, if you could put up the map that shows the design overlay. The source of the problem here is that all of us at the GPAC and VPAC and Planning Commission have talked about townships and community separators and corridors, and none of those are defined terms. And so at times, we've had different things on our minds when we look each other in the eye and talk about townships, and people are actually thinking different things. When we did the design overlays on the 3 roads, what we call the Lazy A, if you look at a map, which is 154, 246, and the cross member being Alamo Pintado, the goal was to put design review on that corridor between the town of Solvang, the town of Los Olivos, and the town of Santa Ynez. And in common understanding in Santa Ynez, if you say township, my guess is 90% of the people are thinking the commercial areas, which you can visually identify quite easily. The urban boundary as a concept is probably understood by 2% of the people in the Santa Ynez Valley. It's invisible. It only exists on these P&D maps, that there is an urban boundary. So the VPAC asked for the design overlay to be on those corridors, and the person who drew the map correctly drew it on the corridor, but stopped at the urban boundary line, the imaginary urban boundary line, instead of continuing to where the commercial zoning begins. Now, the commercial zoning already had design overlay, so our goal was to connect the dots with design overlay, the full distance between them. Yeah, this is hard. I don't know how Commissioner Brown saw that. And let me put in my guilty plea as being someone who perhaps should have caught this mistake earlier and did not. That's just impossible to see. Oh. Well, maybe not. Here's the Alamo Pintado corridor from Solvang up to Los Olivos. And as Alamo Pintado hits Grand Avenue here, it takes a little jog over the bridge and then goes up Grand Avenue. This is the urban boundary line. So right at that point, the design overlay map stopped applying design overlay, but it should have continued up until it touched the commercial zoning. So what we have now is design review on partial corridors. The piece that's which was never the intention. The piece that's missing is where you actually enter the town, which is what generally we mean by gateway. And the entire problem comes only from the fact that one person, the map drawer, thought township meant urban boundary line, and we thought township meant the commercial district. So to meet the goals of the plan, it should go all the way to the commercial zoned area, and to meet the intention of what the VPAC did, it should go all the way to the commercial area. It's a smallish, innocent mistake, but it does have an impact on the ground. Secondly, you do have an action item that the county should develop design guidelines for Santa Ynez and Los Olivos. So that's in there, that these guidelines shall be developed. In the meantime, the CBAR has documents that help them in that regard. For Los Olivos, they have it's an essay describing the architecture, and in Santa Ynez, it's a photo album. So one's all words, one's all pictures. But they both get the job done well enough because the CBAR is local people. Los Olivos exists on the ground. You can see what the model is. Santa Ynez exists. You can see it. They've got draft documents. So I think what's in the plan now for design guidelines for the commercial areas, I almost said townships, for the commercial areas is perfectly adequate. Now, with regard to design review on the residential parts of those corridors, the VPAC decision was not to create guidelines for that. And this came from the audience, which was close to 100% in support of that, that it's incredibly difficult to craft residential guidelines. You're now talking about a person's home where they wish to express themselves. We trust the CBAR. We haven't had a big history of particularly ugly homes being built in the community. So we thought the effort to develop guidelines was going to be excessive. The burdens that would apply would be excessive, and we just wanted to trust that the CBAR and the homeowners would do the right thing. So there was a decision not to go for guidelines on the residential zones. So a lot of words. What it says about guidelines is fine.
It just needs to be clear.
There's nothing on residential. It says get it done on commercial. The only error, I think, is to fix that map where the de-overlay on those corridors would go all the way up to the commercial zone, run right past the urban boundary, imaginary urban boundary line, and go up to the real commercial zone line.
Thank you.
Any questions? I'd be happy to.
Mr. Brooks, you have a question?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. Staff, is this going to be easy enough to accomplish? If it's just a mapping error or misunderstanding of the word?
Before you answer that question, it seems to me that you need to define townships and corridors, and so it would be clear to someone coming into the future. And I don't care if you do it narratively or you do it with new maps that absolutely delineate where the township starts and stops. Would that be helpful to everyone?
Yeah, how often does the word township appear in the plan? Is it a regular? Yeah, then I think for the plan it should be defined as those commercially zoned areas.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I could address this
Please.
briefly. The townships are defined well, and there are township maps with specific zoning items on there. The design overlay does not apply to townships per se, only the scenic corridor areas and the areas on the maps. The one place where it does is in Los Olivos, where you have the 154 corridor going through the north part of the Los Olivos townships. And I think the issue of the application of the design overlay and not including commercial areas in the townships was a specific choice because those areas in the current LUDC already require design review in commercial zone lands. On LUDC 35.24-030, design review is required prior to approval of a planning permit for a structure or an addition or alteration in the CN, C1, C2, C3, or CH zone districts. So essentially, for commercial development, alterations, or pretty much any new commercial development, design review is already required. So that may be the jurisdictional or the ordinance thought in that. And also the mixed-use overlay, which is applied in Los Olivos and a large part of San Ynez, also requires design review for those areas. So I think you have full coverage of design review in those scenarios. The one part, which I didn't hear precisely, but for the residential component in the townships, those would be covered by the design guidelines for the townships, was my
Okay.
understanding.
I just wonder if that's necessary. I think that's a step that's not necessary, and I don't think that was a step that was intended. I think they could just be in the design overlay, and that would make it a lot easier, because then they would get design review. And
So if I'm hearing the commission correctly, then the design guidelines to be developed for the townships are really for the commercial areas.
If I may, perhaps somewhere in the community plan, the word township is defined. It's not defined in the county land use development code, nor is corridor, nor is community separator. So as Mr. Tedley used the word township here, I found myself wondering what he was talking about. I totally agree with Mr. Tedley's comment that the commercially zoned areas in the unincorporated San Ynez Valley are already subject to design review, will be after the plan is adopted, and the action item for guidelines 100% takes care of the commercial areas. So that's your gold on that. The issue is that along the roads, Alamo Pintado, 246, and not 154, but along Alamo Pintado and 246, the map shows gaps in the de-overlay
right.
where those roads cross the urban boundary line. And the gap between the urban boundary line and the commercial zone line needs to be filled in with de-overlay. Did I make myself clear to Mr. Tetley and the staff?
So Commissioner Blau and members of the commission, so if it's the pleasure of the commission, we could add to the corridor those properties along Alamo Pintado that are not commercial, that are residential, and add those to the overlay, so it's clear that those properties would also require design review.
246 as well.
And if I might, this is where we get into the technicality of it. The Alamo Pintado, first, there's 2 roads out there called Alamo Pintado, so let's just make ourselves crazy. The Alamo Pintado coming up from Solvang is covered both sides. Where it breaks is on Grand Avenue. So what we called the Alamo Pintado corridor was actually 2 streets. It was Alamo Pintado part of the way and Grand the rest of the way. So to add to the confusion. So what's missing is the Grand Avenue coverage.
Mr. Brooks.
And then, excuse me, and through, on 246, it's the entire stretch of 246 going through the San Ynez urban area. 154 was covered 100%, and was covered before under the scenic highway rules.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. Just, again, having my finger on the map here, that is a considerable little stretch that, where the design overlay was omitted, and I would support, adding that residential area. And I think that's what the community wanted. I think it's just a misunderstanding of the words, and I think we need to go with what the community wants. Thank you.
Mr. Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I'm just concerned a little bit about the process, as I know you are. We're digging down pretty deeply into one issue here, and I have a dozen things of concern to me that I hoped would come up in the course of the day, and this wasn't one of them. But I'm not sure that you want to go through all the commissioners' concerns in all the various areas apart from the discussion of those by staff and subsequently the public.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of the issues that need to get resolved, so I would suggest that I'm going to ask, is there anybody else in the public that wishes to comment on this issue? Seeing no one rise, I think we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Valencia, do you have a question? Or?
Mr. Chair, all these additional overlays, we already have the Planning Commission who does a review. We have the BARs who do a review. Why do we need additional, and there's people in the community that submit comments when something is being done. Why do we need additional documentation and rules and regulations to govern this? It's a question, it's not a criticism.
Yeah, I understand. I think the answer to the question is it was intended for this to be subject to that overview. It just simply didn't get drawn on the map correctly, so we're correcting the map. So the people that live along that corridor know that they have a design review to go through. And I don't have a problem with it either. Any other commissioners have a concern with that? Commissioner Cooney?
Just to follow up, on this specific issue, I was assuming that we had a BAR jurisdiction on all those areas along the corridors, and what is being pointed out now is because those were being deferred for separate guideline consideration in the future, they were left out of BAR review. So that is clearly a gap, and I would support closing it.
Thank you. I think staff has direction on that issue. We would take us to the next issue, Mr. Derek. And to answer your concern, Commissioner Cooney, hopefully Derek's going to bring up the issues that you're concerned with. If he doesn't at the end, you will bring them up and we'll deal with them at that time. Mr. Johnson, if you'll continue.
We're trying to switch back from Elmo back to PowerPoint here. There we go. Commissioner Blau and members of the commission, at this point, I think we would be best served if you want to go down and we're not going to prepare to cover any other substantive issues of the plan. If there's any questions or comments that we want to delve into beyond the design guidelines, we've talked about the proposed scenic corridor overlay for Santa Rosa Road and a possible action item, or a scenic corridor for other areas in the plan. At this point, staff would be prepared to answer any questions from individual commissioners on other aspects of the attachments and ordinances that we've included for your review.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scenic corridors present a lot of restrictions to people on the property. Some are good, some are questionable, and I think we need a lot of public hearings when you start restricting a road. I personally think that 246 on the way from Buellton to Lompoc should be a scenic highway, but, you know, that's something for a lot of hearings, and same thing for Santa Rosa. It shouldn't be conducted here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Chair Blau. I'm just going to look at Attachment F, Exhibit A, and I did have some questions, and hopefully, I don't know at what point staff wants to go more closely to look at those. On page 1 in Attachment F, there's the language about the action item 4.1, about the addressing the alcohol establishments. I'd like at some point today to come back to the language of that action item, because this is we have seen this now for the first time in the staff report, and I would like to see, I'd like to get some feedback from my other commissioners too, whether, this language is what we were looking for the issue of the tasting rooms in Los Olivos. I'm just going to give you a list of, what I have marked right now. Hopefully later as the day goes on, we can go back to those. I had a concern about on page 2, there was struck out in.
Well, if you don't mind, that is an issue, so let's deal with that issue so we don't, I don't want to be
Okay, do you
jumping
want to
back
take
and
it
forth.
as they come up? Okay.
If you'll respond to Commissioner Brooks's question and concern.
Chairman Blau and Commissioner Brooks, we did receive some correspondence, some comments, letters from the petitioners who had been at first brought forward this issue to the county. I think it first surfaced when we had our scoping hearing on the EIR back in July, I believe, of 2007 is when it first came to our attention. The action item that is proposed in the plan is written fairly broadly and written in that way because it's intended to not forecast and predetermine a particular direction that the county may go and what areas it may focus on. Typically, in our experience in looking at regulating alcohol establishments, we want to go out and collect a fair amount of information and data to see where the problems are within a particular geographic region, and then from there come up with the appropriate solution that addresses that particular problem. One of the, I think the comment had to do with suggesting changes to the language regarding the intensity of alcohol establishments, particularly within Los Olivos. And one of the challenges that we would have is that the current operators, as long as they stay in conformance with their ABC permit, would be able to continue to operate. We would not be able to affect those licenses. It would just be those licenses moving forward. And so to that extent, we thought that that language was a little too specific and that we really don't have control over existing establishments, and that language seemed to suggest that we might be able to address some of those current operators. So the language we have here, we think is the appropriate choice of words to give the county the specific direction needed to move forward with developing whatever tools is needed to address alcohol issues.
Commissioner Brown, your line.
Well, no, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think what you're saying is that for the language needs to be this broad, this idea of the disproportionate number, we can't deal with that, really. Because that's the issue that the community is concerned with. It's the concentration. When I read this, this will address alcohol establishments. Well, I don't have a problem with that. I do have, my concern is this concentration, and my concern comes from what I've heard from the community. So is there any way that we can fine-tune that, just so we talk about this concentration of establishments, rather than just broadly alcohol establishments?
Chairman Blau and Commissioner Brooks, concentration and saturation is one aspect of what we will look at. We also look at what are called AOD events, alcohol and other drug events. We'll look at specific statistics from the sheriff's department to see where there is a concentration of certain AOD offenses related to both on and off sale alcohol establishments. And it's one piece of the puzzle that we look at, but it's not the entire puzzle, which provides or potentially provides the findings that are required for the board to move forward with any sort of implementing ordinances. But if your commission feels that you could put the county shall develop planning policies that address overconcentration and other health and safety issues related to alcohol consumption, I think that might be something that you could do to amend it so it's that we specifically look at overconcentration, but that's something we're going to have to look at anyways.
Okay, I do support going in that direction. I think will help the community with what they're dealing with. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
I just wanted to add to Commissioner Valencia's comment about scenic corridors, and to get some clarities. I don't think we're going to discuss scenic corridors here today. I think it's to propose an action item. The staff would provide language that said that they shall look at some future point, scenic corridor overlay or some such language. I think we're just looking at something very broad rather than something very specific. Does that sort of, I think that's what's intended.
I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
Commissioner Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, for those of you that may have arrived late, we're going to ask speakers to speak on each issue as the commission brings them up, and I won't be able to call you up, so if you're, like for right now, I'm going to talk about scenic corridors. I do have one speaker slip from Sharon Merritt that wants to talk about scenic corridors. If anybody else has comments about the scenic corridor, please come to the microphone, Sharon, if you would, please. And before she speaks, and if for some reason we don't bring up a subject that a speaker wants to address to the commission, you'll have that opportunity unlimited at the end of the meeting. Sharon, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking me first. Now I could get back to our harvesting, which I left my children in charge of, so who knows what's happening there. When we were, I have a property at the very end of the community plan on Santa Rosa Road, 8250 Santa Rosa Road. And my neighbor, who's also in the plan, Mary Jane Adelapour, and I were looking at it. And we were concerned initially with being part of a community, in quotes, plan, lest agricultural land then be said, well, it's within the community, so it should be used to service the community. And so we feel particularly vulnerable because part of this area is contiguous to Buellton, and Buellton has already made one effort to include the area in their sphere of influence, which is, of course, the first step toward annexation. So we were trying to figure out if we should try to get out of the community plan, so we wouldn't be part of the community, or if we could get some more protection. And I spoke with Mr. Johnson, and he said that there were very strong protections for agriculture on the plan, but that the only thing that would be even stronger would be a scenic corridor. And he referred me to the scenic corridor statement for Mission Canyon, and sure enough, Santa Rosa Road qualifies by the same words that Mission Canyon does. It's agricultural resources, it's views, it's views of the mountains, views of the agriculture, and it's also the entrance to the Santa Rita Hills vineyard appellation. Many people in the area take little vacations down Santa Rosa Road. It's very pretty. Lots of tourists come down Santa Rosa Road, in part for the vineyards and in part just because it's so pretty and it's one of the accesses to Halama. And we would like you to discuss in the future, which is my understanding of what an action item is, discuss in the future the possibility of giving Santa Rosa Road, or this section of Santa Rosa Road that's in the community plan, this further protection. so we don't have urban incursion.
Thank you. I think we've agreed to do that.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to ask if anybody wants to comment on the alcohol issues that Commissioner Brooks raised. Seeing none, if you'll, oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Plow and Commissioners. Good morning. I'm sure if the GPAC had continued working on the community plan, this issue would have fallen into our lap. It was really only becoming more serious at the tail end of the GPAC's work, and I think everybody has been struck with how rapidly it escalated, some of that from sideways, but also it's just been a pervasive issue in the entire community. And I think for that reason, it is something that the county needs to address, because quality of life, safety, all these things are important to residents and visitors alike. I did want to point out for you that I think staff is correct. You need to have general enough language that it can be worked on to address all the problems you find where you find them, so that, for instance, I wouldn't use language that's is just Los Olivos specific, because what often happens then, you'll have an unintended consequence of pushing it somewhere else. I did want to call to your attention that the Valley Alliance had proposed some language in this regard, and as I look at it now, I can see also that you might want to further amend it. So here's some language I might suggest. The county shall study, develop, and implement measures to address the adverse impacts of disproportionate concentrations of alcohol-serving businesses. That's pretty simple. I'm sure there will be all kinds of potential ramifications that could come from that, but with a clear understanding of what the county and the community's concerns are, I think that would give you the tool to address the problem to the extent you can. Thank you.
Seeing no lights, I think we're ready to move forward to the next concern. I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Shannon Scott, and I'm a business owner in Los Olivos. I'm speaking today as a board member of the Los Olivos Business Organization. Lobo, can you hear me okay?
Fine.
Our board wants to provide you with the perspective on the business environment in Los Olivos and to comment on the request that's been made for a county ordinance to limit the number of wine tasting facilities in Los Olivos. The Los Olivos Business Organization, Lobo, was started many years ago by Los Olivos business owners and residents. Lobo's mission is to promote the well-being of the businesses and community of Los Olivos, to improve, promote, and maintain Los Olivos economically, socially, and aesthetically, enhance tourism, and sponsor local activities and events. The Lobo membership represents a significant portion of the businesses located in Los Olivos. Our small town of 1,000 residents is home to a diverse mix of at least 130 businesses, including, I put together a list, 5 restaurants, 5 art galleries, frame shop, beauty apothecary and clothing shop, 4 law offices, coffee house and sandwich shop, western clothing and saddle shop, dance gallery, green interior designer, 22 wine tasting facilities, 2 equine veterinary hospitals, an equine veterinary office, an equine communications company, a farrier business, which is horseshoeing, 2 churches, 2 public elementary, middle schools, and a gymnasium, 3 private schools, 2 daycare preschools, post office, 2 event facilities, a corporate-owned park, pet groomer, automotive repair shop, art museum, olive and specialty foods shop, leather shop, antique and furniture store, architect, convenience store and deli, 2 accountants, 2 financial management companies, bank, insurance agency, 2 mortgage brokers, 4 real estate offices, 2 property management companies, 3 construction companies, including a green builder, a heavy equipment and grading contractor, oil brokers, 2 day spas, massage therapists, LMT, hair salon, ceramic and art studio, arts and crafts organization, gift design company, vegetable stand. Also lavender farm, several organic farmers, an oak nursery, plant and garden nursery and home boutique, 2 clothing boutiques, a web designer, sign shop, canvas shop, music teacher, medical research grant writer, bookkeeper, home decor shop, photography studio, a cupcake shop, engineering firm, hotel, grocery store and deli, wellness center, 3 marriage and family therapists, which are MFTs, a clinical psychologist, a licensed clinical social worker, 2 sculptors, there's numerous home-based businesses, we have a new local farmers market, and we even have a rock band. Lobo's proud of our town and the many diverse businesses that are located in Los Olivos. They serve both the community and the visitors to our town. Of the 130 or more businesses located in Los Olivos, 25 of those are wine industry establishments. The wine industry in Los Olivos has been an important part of our economy for over 30 years and is vital to the livelihood of many of our other non-wine businesses. As business owners in Los Olivos, we spend a lot of time in our downtown, and we have observed that the tourists are respectful and enjoy what our town has to offer. A relatively few isolated incidents of tourists behaving badly does not represent the true character of our town and its tourists. We do agree that in the past 5 years, the number of visitors to our area has increased significantly. Our small town has been discovered as become a popular destination for visitors worldwide. The Los Olivos economy benefits from the many diverse businesses, including the wine industry. We believe that diversity in the businesses is important and that support between local businesses is important in order for each business to succeed. Additional government regulations or overlays limiting types of businesses allowed in Los Olivos would have negative consequences for property owners and businesses. Such government regulations would infringe on property rights and should not be done, and such an overlay will be opposed. Although our board members have not been contacted or surveyed by the residents opposing the new tasting rooms, we respect their input and will be inviting them to our next board meeting to listen to their concerns. In Los Olivos, the residents and business owners have a long history of taking the initiative to care for the needs of our town. In Los Olivos, we take pride in that sense of community. We believe that we can work together constructively to continually improve our town for the benefit of our residents, businesses, and visitors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, was there a position on that?
Yeah, I think our position was that they don't want to be overregulated, which I tend to agree with.
I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Johnson in that this is an issue that needs a lot of further study. We're not sure there's a problem. We'll find out if there's a problem, and we'll see if there's solutions for it. So I'm comfortable with the language that you have in the document now. Any other comments? Great. I do have several speaker slips to discuss the downzoning issue. I believe at a previous meeting, we sort of polled the commission to determine whether we were in agreement or not in agreement with the downzoning, and basically three of you are in agreement with the downzoning and 2 of us are not. But I'm going ahead and let that be the next issue that we'll talk about, so that these people with the speaker slips can have able to speak to that issue. And the first one I have is Deborah Braskett. While she's approaching the microphone, so my fellow commissioners know that Mr. Yates is on his way here. However, Ms. Van Mullen is in Santa Barbara attending the hearing, so if you have questions for County Council, she's available to make comment. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. And I just wanted to make sure I understand that right now I'm just going to be speaking on the downzoning, and the other items I'll speak on later.
Correct.
Okay. I'm Deborah Braskett. I'm the Executive Director for SBCAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And we're a county-wide grassroots organization dedicated to preserving agricultural land, environmental resources, and also looking at social justice issues, especially having to do with sustainable transportation and affordable housing. So we appreciate the opportunity to give input today. And our recommendation is that the downzone alternative should be adopted as the environmentally superior alternative. This will help to preserve agricultural land by keeping it from being divided into smaller and smaller parcels, which tend to open it up to increased development in rural areas. That's all that we have to say on this issue. Thank you.
Trish Beltrana.
I have large copies. Okay, my name is Tish Beltranane. I'm with M&S Engineers, and I'm here representing ETAM Inc. They own 25%, a great undue burden of the land being downzoned. All of their 1,000 acres are now Ag 120. They have submitted to the commission and to staff a compromise proposal. First of all, staff didn't have in their maps these tiny legal parcels. So when I identified them years ago, I received 2 different letters that are cited in your correspondence from Susan Petrovich saying that those parcels would be dropped out of the heritage sites and all these considerations because they were so small and staff was not aware of the underlying legal certificate parcels. Our compromise proposal is that these 425 acres, the family did want to retain that in one large parcel. Ag 2100 is fine for that. It's grazed with the neighboring Bargo and then up through way up a mile north with the Sedgwick. So that was their intention, to keep it at that level. What we're asking for here is the Ag 140. If you can go to my next map exhibit, this is again a bigger issue than just the ownership of these particular people. And I know you asked for individual studies of these different downzone areas. What they gave you were these tiny maps where all the parcels went away again, and a paragraph. So I went in and, this is not my map, the other one, yeah. I went in and used your own flood control topo maps, which even show the homes and roads and everything. And that's a different one. And what I did was I showed how you want 40-acre parcels, and what you're doing is you're bringing the Ag 2 zoning right down into the center of Baseline and Edison and all these smaller properties, when you could use the Ag 140 tool. It's like, are you going to use a sledgehammer, or are you going to use a hammer that's adequate for the nail you need to drive? And so that's not the map either. Okay.
We got it.
All right. You guys have it. So what I did here was to show you the pink and the red are the 5 and 10 acre existing zoning around the edges here. This is Roblar, this is Mora, this is Baseline. Out in here, in this yellow, you have a mixture of Ag 240 and Ag 140. Why not Ag 140 in there? Why do you want to pull this rural zoning, way into here where they'll have unlimited animals on a 10-acre parcel next to 5-acre parcels, no side setbacks? Why are you using the wrong tool in our valley? And that's why this compromise map shows the Lindeman parcels as they are. Here, this is all Ag 120 existing. This is all Ag 120 existing. The pinks are the 5s and 10s. This is rural. This is their 425. If you just bring the Ag 140 instead of the Ag 240 into here, you're really not changing your parcel size, which is what staff seems focused on, but you're giving more protection to these smaller inner rural areas that are more concentrated. And I think that's a very important issue, and that these little studies, with the maps with no parcels on them, when you own this topographical mapping of the entire valley, you could have this quality of maps in front of you. If I did this in half a day with my CAD guy, what can your staff do? And these are the kind of detailed things that we have to look at. And I want to point out something while this map is up. You talk about spot zoning. Right here, look at this neighborhood. This is a 50-acre parcel in Ag 120. It's Mrs. Size. They want to target her, so what do? They take the whole Ag 120 neighborhood, including David Walker's parcel and Adam Firestone's 20-acre parcel, and they change the whole thing to Ag 240 just to get to Mrs. Sy. Now that is spot zoning covered up by rezoning properties that have no justification for rezoning. So in Adam's case, he's got 20 acres that go to Ag 240. His second unit becomes non-conforming. You're not saving yourself from subdivision. What you're doing is disguising spot zoning. And this map's a great revealer of that, because these are only the subdividable parcels, and you can see that they grabbed whole neighborhoods. So, I'm obviously against the downzoning alternative, but I feel that my clients with 25% of the land are really being targeted unfairly, and they have proposed a compromise, and we believe the reason they're targeted is because years ago we started working with staff to create some 50 and 60 acre parcels out there, not 20 acre parcels, and I believe that's why our corner was targeted. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown, you have a question.
Ms. Beltranena, I have a question for you. You represent the Lindemans, and my question has to do with some of the activity that is going on in their property now with their application. You've been involved with the community plan process for a long time, have you not? Since the inception?
Since the first day, yes, I have.
Can you give me some understanding of just the issue of when the downzoning option was presented in the community planning process, so that I understand what the community may have known or what you may have known, and when it occurred vis-a-vis some of the other issues?
Generally speaking, the downzoning option, of course, was when the plan was much larger, and they had planned, for the Ag 2, 640 and all of that, downzoning around the outer areas. When that was pulled in and the plan was initiated, then the downzoning was no longer part of the initiated plan. They replaced that with the proposed heritage sites. And so we were preparing this map, which, as I said, our parcels are, six existing parcels, and we end up with 12, but most of them are, in the 50 to 60 range. And we designed the map to coincide with what the heritage sites seem to want to, know, with the invisible building envelopes down in valleys hidden, and addressing the lighting issues and keeping them away from the northern part of the ranch, and preserving the large ranch. So under the heritage sites, staff accepted our application over a year ago, because we were not asking for any rezone. It's all Ag 120. And they proceeded to process our application. We were asked to, drill 8 dry wells and do all kinds of things to get our application complete, which, is hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time you're done just getting to completeness. And so as we were working on this, then when the EIR came out, here comes the downzone alternative as the recommended, the recommended alternative. So, what we were doing was compatible, we believe, with the heritage sites, and staff concluded that we could go on processing, but at this point, we're kind of...
Thank you. I just have a question for staff, because I need to have...
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Johnson, would you just explain to me, was there a public process for these downzone issues? I mean, they just didn't appear out of nowhere in the EAR, did they? How did that evolve? Did the GPAC or VPAC look at these maps and place the proposed zoning, the downzoning on some map so that there was public knowledge of this? Would you just give us
Commissioner
some
Brown, our search of the records and the review of the administrative records shows that the downzone alternative and discussion of that whether or not the downzone should be the project description or whether the heritage sites should be the project description began to really take part of and focus of the VPAC's agenda in the spring of 2006. In May of 2006, there was a specific vote that was taken on what should be the project description. The heritage site or the downzone. The heritage site was ultimately selected as the project description, and the downzone alternative was included as Appendix K to the plan that eventually went to the Board of Supervisors in September of 2006 for initiation. So that the downzone was spelled out specifically for study by the board when they initiated the plan in September of that year. Mr. Yates can provide any clarification about the effect of the initiation on that plan, but for most part what was initiated as the project description was the LUDC changes for the heritage site overlay.
So the public process outside of the board meeting was the heritage site discussion. So how were these particular sites chosen, and how was the zoning considered? That was not done as part of the public process?
It was done as part of the public process, and so the public process included the map that was attached to the community plan.
Okay, so that went to the board.
That showed existing land uses
Okay.
and proposed land uses and zoning under the downzone alternative.
So sometime like in May of '06, that was even though heritage sites were considered and discussed, that somehow the VPAC around that point of time looked at those other issues regarding the sites and the change in zoning. Is that correct?
Commissioner Brown, the focus was to look at what is the alternative to study,
Right,
and so
right.
to spell that in enough specific detail so that everyone, including the public, would know what was being analyzed for policy choices down the road.
Okay, so sometime in '06, the VPAC did that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Another speaker, George Lindeman.
I have a question, please.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. Would it be appropriate to perhaps hear from the chairs who went through this process many years ago? Because as I go through my historical documents, I see these different parcels. Obviously, they were studied, from a land use point of view, and maybe this might be a time to hear that. I'd like to hear that.
I think I'll get the other speakers here first. Mr. Lindeman, please approach the microphone. I'll get them up here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is George Lindeman. With my brother, we're the owners. With my brother, we're the owners of the property under ETAM. Its legal owner is ETAM Inc. I think all interested parties did receive from our legal counsel a letter, more or less pointing out our legal rights. And so basically, I'll just summarize it very, very quickly. We are per se not against the downzoning. We're just against the downzoning in the form that you're presenting it. Even with the compromise that we propose to you, 93% of our property would be downzoned, which is significant. The other point is, from the total downzoning, our property represents 25%. So there, the issue of whether it's deliberate or not deliberate, spotting is definitely an issue. We've owned the property since the mid-'70s, and we already were subjected to a downzoning in the end of the '70s from Ag 1.5 to Ag 120. We are interested in preserving the nature of the Santa Ynez Valley, but we just find at this time it's going a little bit too far, and it is a definite restriction on, let's say, the legal right we have to do with our property what we want. Part of the calculations which were made on the assessor's parcels and not on legal parcels. This was pointed out numerous times to staff and was just ignored. And the calculations make a very, very big difference to what you're trying to achieve. And as you know, we did make an application which was accepted for subdivision, and we recently received a third letter of incompleteness, which I must say is an absolute farce and is an absolute signal to us of bad faith, meaning that you're just trying to drag your feet. This project we started over approximately 2 years ago, and to come, 2 years down the line and to come up with this third letter of incompleteness where we complied with everything that was required, as I said, is showing bad faith on your part. We did submit a compromise, which in our opinion is fair to all parties and also for the valley. As I said, 93% of the property will be downzoned. We accept, as Tish pointed out, the Ag 140 for the major portion, and the big parcel, the 425 acres, we would accept also the 100 acre constraint. We did basically, as I said, we did show this to the legal counsel. We are not necessarily interested in spending, tens of thousands of dollars in litigation, and I don't know whether or not you have a budget for that, but I would kindly, request everyone to really consider our compromise, because I think we are showing good faith, and once again, we are interested, and we would accept a downzoning, but not directly going from Ag 120 to the Ag 200. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lindeman, if I
Yeah,
may.
yes,
Mr.
Brown.
Chair.
Mr. Brown.
Can you tell me when you submitted your application?
I mean, I would,
Do you know?
Tish knows, she's got a better memory than I do for such things, but I think it's close to 2 years ago that we submitted it, and I think it was about 1.5 years ago that it was accepted.
In '07,
It was accepted in May of last year.
of '08.
In May of '08, it was accepted.
13 months ago.
All right.
13 months
Thank
ago.
you.
Accepted by staff, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks?
Yes, thank you. I again would like to request that we hear from
We will.
the chairs.
We will. I'm going to take the people that give us speaker slips here first, and then we'll get the chairs at the end. Christina
But
McGinnis?
however, if we're hearing, individual property owners, I would like to hear, the overarching approach that was used, to select the sites, because we're looking at a community plan, that has been discussed for 6 years. I can go back and I see these particular parcels, in some variation of the plan. And I would just like to hear from those people who sat at the committee and
Okay, we
and
will. Christina?
so everyone knows, as we hear these individual owners, I think we need to hear the history. Thank you.
Christina?
Good morning, Chair Blau and fellow planning commissioners. My name is Christina McGinnis. I'm director of the Open Project of the Environmental Defense Center. And the purpose of this project is to assess plans and policies throughout all of unincorporated Santa Barbara County to preserve agriculture, open space, and the urban-rural boundary. And I'm here today to sincerely thank your commission for voting to recommend the downzone alternative to the Board of Supervisors during the last hearing, which will provide county planners with the basic planning foundation to support sound planning choices that will preserve ag and open space in the valley. It has come to my attention that a letter has been submitted requesting an alternate proposal, has just been discussed, for the property near Mora Avenue. And as stated in our September and May letters that were submitted to your commission, these parcels should be downzoned to Ag 200, and this recommendation was also forwarded to your commission by county staff. This last-minute proposal before your commission would significantly change the current recommendation for a downzone for this property. However, there has been no notice of this proposal or ability of the public or the property's neighbors to comment. Hence, the due process of this idea, if considered by the commission today, would be violated. I urge your commission to consider the implications of such a proposal at this last hearing before your body, and given the lack of time to address the complexity of it and the public's lack of ability to respond. The commission should move forward with staff's recommendation for this property, which is currently slated to receive the Ag 200 zoning under the downzone. I'd also like to just briefly discuss one other item, which I hope your commission will consider today, and that is to add an action item for a dispute resolution policy as part of the plan. And currently, Policy Land Use SYV-1 states that the county shall develop and promote programs to preserve agriculture in the Santa Ynez Valley planning area. And I think right now is an appropriate time to consider adding specific actions or programs that will actually help to support that goal in tangible terms. And so although we have a notice to property owner that's included as part of this plan, it could be significantly strengthened by adding a dispute resolution policy. And I have copies of the City of Davis's dispute resolution policy that they have adopted, and it's a working way to deal with disputes that may arise from land use conflicts near agricultural properties. And I just want to reiterate that I would be very happy if you would consider adding an action to this plan to add the dispute resolution policy. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Nancy Emerson.
Good morning. I have a particular concern regarding the downzoning, which is the question of people who were previously downzoned, probably in the 70s. It's a question of what is fair to those people, even though I realize that downzoning can occur at any time, legally. It just seems to me that as a government agency, we need to consider the question of fairness, where people have already agreed to downzoning in the history of their relationship with county government. And that downzoning for those parcels should be very carefully considered. I looked briefly at the report you did this morning, which is very thorough on many issues, but the issue of the history of those parcels was not included in that report. I don't think it's a lot of parcels, but I think it's some. And as a citizen, I just really feel that fairness needs to be part of county government.
Thank you. Richard Doreen, and then I see no more speaker slips that have that issue, so if anyone else wants to talk to that issue, then we'll hear from the VPAC chairperson at the end. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for your time this morning. My name is Richard Noren, and I live at 2925 Brinkerhoff Avenue in Santa Ynez. I'm immediately across the road from what is Zone 4 in the June 2009 survey on downzone sites. And I've heard the various speakers, both those for downzoning and those against downzoning, speaking in terms of a respect and a desire to maintain agricultural and open space in our valley. And I am here today to speak on behalf of and in favor of downzoning because I think it is the way to achieve that, what sounds to be a mutual goal, to lend certainty and predictability to the future of the valley, both for those who currently own the land and for those who may come later. In our area, certainly it would have, were the current zoning, which is Ag 120, to come to fruition or to be put to full use, if you will, it would have a fundamental impact on the aesthetic, both for those of us who live across the road, but I also think for the community as a whole, because the hills and ridgelines are viewable from throughout the area. It would certainly have an impact on the traffic through that part of the valley. It's on the approach to the Sedgwick Preserve. It would certainly have an impact on native plantings, on erosion and grading, and we think in terms of preserving the character of the valley, in terms of preserving the environment, and in terms of preserving the overall aesthetic, that the downzoning does lend the certainty that the residents of the valley look to achieve. Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Vunch has a question.
Mr. Noren, I have, do you own any of the property that's being rezoned?
I do not.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Gail Marshall.
should have put my speaker slip in a little later, huh? I am Gail Marshall, and I was a two-term representative for the 3rd District on the Board of Supervisors. I think it's safe to say that we wouldn't be here if the board majority that I was part of had not prioritized the Santa Ynez Valley Plan all those years ago. It was then and is now a priority for me, not only as a former supervisor, but also as a 33-year resident of the Santa Ynez Valley. A couple of things. First of all, I know that there's a downzone survey, and I just picked it up today. I heard about it yesterday, picked it up today. It hasn't been available to the public, so I hope that there isn't any reliance on that with regard to your decision making. I also think that it's very late in the Planning Commission game to begin to consider requests for compromise and changes to zoning that the broader community has been able to scrutinize for all these years. I think it's a late hit, and out of fairness to all the people who have been involved in the process, I hope that you will move this plan on to the Board of Supervisors. It's important for you to keep your eye on the ball. The Santa Ynez Plan is, the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan is a big picture document. It's not about my friends or any individual property owners. It's about the long-term consequences of decisions that will either support the long-term ag viability and rural lifestyle of the valley that 80%, I dare to say, of the people who live in the valley support. Since the 1980s survey that Planning and Development did, through the Santa Ynez Valley Blueprint and through the GPAC and the VPAC hearings. Or we can support the piecemealing of ag development, property splits, inadequate infrastructure, and general degradation of a very unique and fragile community. So I'm asking you, please don't, at this stage in the game, start changing the designations of certain properties. If you do, you're basically saying to my community that you know better than we do. And I don't think that's a message that you want to send. Please support the environmentally superior alternative that supports the work of the Valley Blueprint, the GPAC, and the VPAC, and the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I would just start out.
State your name,
Chip
please.
Wolbrandt,
Thank
Price
you.
Post Ellen Parma. We represent the Mills family and the Shepherd family. And I have to say, with all due respect for the former supervisor, I think that it is your job to look at individual parcels where property owners come forward with a concern about the effect of the proposal on their individual properties. I also think that there are some real issues of fairness that you really do need to look at a parcel by parcel level, at least for, again, those property owners who have participated in the process. I want to talk quickly about the process. I don't want to take too much time because Mr. Fields might get mad at me again. I know he'll probably tell you about some of this process, but I may have a different perspective than perhaps the GPAC chairs, but I did participate in the process, again, on behalf of particular property owners. The process, there was a long period of time that the GPAC spent on this process, and the GPAC came up with some recommendations, I believe, that were forwarded to the Board of Supervisors in 2004. One of the properties I'm going to talk about is the Mills property. The GPAC agreed that the Mills property should not be downzoned and that the inner rural boundary line should not be moved in the instance of the Mills property. So it is inside the inner rural boundary line very specifically. And in fact, in the 2004 minutes of the Board of Supervisors, they said the inner rural boundary line should not be moved. The GPAC stopped working, though, and that's part of the big problem with this plan is it's taken so long, and there have been, I think there are 3 county supervisors who had at least some fingerprints on this plan. Actually now a 4th supervisor who's going to have some fingerprints on this plan, but not a particular staff person who has had that continuity. And so I think that this plan has really suffered from those facts. The VPAC, which you've heard a lot about, I think Mr. Fields will confirm this, the VPAC only met for a very short period of time in the spring of, I think it was 2006. The VPAC, as I recall, their recommendations, there was a significant part of the VPAC which wanted no downzoning at all. There was a part of the VPAC which wanted the downzonings as had been recommended by the GPAC, at least for study. And then there was a compromise, and the compromise was the heritage site overlay. The heritage site overlay was supposed to then be studied, and there was supposed to be a parcel-by-parcel analysis of whether the proposed parcels in fact met the heritage site designation. I want to take you now quickly, you did finally get from staff, and can I instead get the two maps, the ones that were in the June 26 staff report? You did finally get a sort of a checklist study of parcels. The problem is a lot of the information in there is extraordinarily inaccurate. And so if that was the basis for staff then deciding that the downzone alternative on all of these properties is environmentally superior, you've got an incredibly flawed document, and I would urge you not to just rush this forward to get something done. As to, and I'm sorry, this one isn't very bright, I think this is the Mills property. As to the Mills, and I'm not even sure, which one is this? The staff report tells you that the project description zoning is Ag 120. There's the first inaccuracy. The project description zoning is in fact Ag 15. Big inaccuracy there. This property, again, the property owners have owned this for about 4 decades, and when they bought it, they bought this, if I'm getting this right, I'm sorry, I kind of can't see it. They bought the top 120 acres and an adjacent 5-acre parcel because they lived at the end of Jannon Way. And at the time they bought it, they could have subdivided that into 125 houses. In the fairness realm, they agreed to the downzone in the early 80s, so they went from 125 houses to a potential of 24 houses. They've already taken a gigantic hit. The plan then tells you about the neighborhood and surrounding uses, and it tells you that north of the properties, it is vacant grazing zoned Ag 120. North of these properties is Jannon Acres. It's 1-acre subdivision, so another incredible inaccuracy. It tells you that south is vacant irrigated crop fields zoned 40AL. In fact, south is Mesa Verde, south of the Mills property are properties that are fully subdivided into 20-acre ranchettes. South of those is Mesa Verde Road. South of Mesa Verde Road is the CCWA headquarters site, or the pumping plant, and the equestrian center. So the surrounding uses is wrong. I would note that east and west, this tells you it's irrigated field crops both directions. East and west are fully developed vineyards with houses that were placed right along the edge of the Mills property because the expectation was that was eventually going to be subdivided and that was the good place for the houses. This also tells you that the proposed zone maintains a separation between the townships. This property is nowhere near one of the township connectors. It also tells you that the parcels are visible from a public viewing area. I'm guessing staff must have thought that Jannon Way is a public viewing area. Actually, where you can see the Mills property, you are on the Mills property because Jannon Way is a private road and they own the end of Jannon Way. If I can jump, and I'm going to try and finish off because I know I'm going to go too long, but Derek, can you put up instead of this, can you go ahead and put up that other zoning map? I think you're probably also all familiar with the Shepherd property, and I would say some of the downzoning probably makes a lot of sense. It's just you need to look at the individual parcels to make sure they all make sense. Shepherd property is this piece here. It is 80 acres. When the Shepherds bought their property, and they own 320 acres in here, again, it was all zoned Ag 15. They could have subdivided the 320 acres into, if I do my math right, 64 parcels. They've already gone through the hit. All of this stuff they cannot further subdivide. This one, there was a detailed letter to the Planning Commission back in 1976. The Planning Commission analyzed this very carefully, and because you can't see this from virtually anywhere except for from the Shepherd's other properties, and because of other things about the topography and use, the Planning Commission then agreed that Ag 110 was an appropriate zoning designation. Again, I'm going to note Ag 110, because there's been a lot of talk about compatibility of ag zoning with agriculture. And I have to say, Ag 1 zone parcels are compatible with other ag zoned parcels. I've colored this map to show these two 20-acre parcels here, which staff apparently did realize existed because they are separate APNs. There are separate CCs out there for at least this parcel, these two parcels, this funny-shaped parcel, this parcel. This is a 100-acre CC here, which is fully planted as a vineyard. And I have to say again, Ag 110 is going to be compatible, and it's what you have over the valley next to vineyards. This stuff up here is all already subdivided into 10-acre parcel size. So if you turn this into Ag 2100, what you're going to do is you're just going to make all of these, and I'd note this is a 40, this in here is a 40-something, these are less than 100, I think there's like a 4 out there, some more 20s, and I think if my clients did a parcel validity study, they'd probably find out this little line that the assessor put on there is probably because there's an underlying line that they can show that that's a 40. I think we're going to find there's probably a 20-something in here. There are a bunch of underlying legal parcels out there. So again, with this idea of stopping this from being subdivided, basically it's going to end up as the only big piece out there surrounded by a bunch of little pieces. From a compatibility standpoint, I really think that the issue is the difference between grazing land and other agricultural uses in the valley, including ranchettes. There's a lot of grazing land out here, and that ought to be, I think, where you should draw your boundary line. There also is a view corridor in here, and again, back in the 70s, the Planning Commission carefully looked at this, and in the last community plan update agreed that these parcels here should not further subdivide because of the visual impacts. It is a dramatic change between what you can see here, which is this big ridge along 154, and what you can't see down here. I was actually at some friend's house last night for dinner. They live on a little street right out here called Matty Road.
To conclude.
Again, I would urge you, at least these two, the compromise already happened. It happened in the 1980s. You don't have to make a last-minute change. You can simply go with the zoning as proposed in the plan instead of the change for downzoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lansing, or Lansing Duncan, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what your plans are for a break, but I hope one's coming soon.
Right after Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Lansing Duncan, and hopefully I can shed more light on it has been an extended process, and I won't argue with Mr. Wilbrandt that what we have is a camel, and we'd probably be all hard-pressed to try and make it the most beautiful horse possible that everybody agrees upon, because some of us like thoroughbreds and some of us like quarter horses. Certainly, there was a lot of discussion about all these parcels before the GPAC, and that process did go on a long time ago, in fact. A lot of this discussion went on in '02, and the GPAC actually stopped discussing the community plan in '03. But that tells you that this proposal, which makes up the bulk of the downzone alternative adopted by the VPAC for their alternative, recommended by the VPAC and initiated by Supervisor Firestone, has been around for a long time. And the good thing about that is people have had a chance to look at it. And I would agree that you need to be careful about looking at what's turned a compromise right now. So that, for instance, I've looked at what has turned the ETAM's proposal as a compromise. And the problem is that particular property owner's representative doesn't tell you it has serious implications for the adjoining parcels that are also proposed for the down zone. And the reason for the down zone is to try and preserve agricultural resources in the rural areas and reduce the amount of services that are needed there, the sort of things that Mr. Doran spoke of. You should be wary because, for instance, some of the proposals actually would allow substantially more subdivision in the future. So that, for instance, Ms. Petrovich speaks of the 20-acre parcels that are on the east side of Mora as being currently further unsubdividable under their 20-acre zoning. The problem is that if you put the three together, you can now make 5. And of course, that's part of what's going on right now in terms of their application. They also don't tell you that if you adopt the proposal, then there's properties that you will essentially be obligated to treat the same way, so that you'll have to leave them in 20-acre zoning, or you'll potentially have to do them to 40-acre zoning, because that's the proposal on some of these lots. My point there being is that if you look at them just as which properties are owned by which property owners and what might be best for them, you will lose the picture of the woods as you looked at the individual trees. And what was really going on here was a large retraction of the inner rural area, which extended to the east and around to the south, that would ultimately have resulted in ranchette development going all the way from Los Olivos to out where you have Happy Canyon Road. And one of the things the Downzone Alternative does is try to stop that and instead have large contiguous areas of Ag 2 zoned areas. And that's what we're trying to do. So you need to look at it in a broad sense, I think, somewhat as Supervisor Marshall and Ms. McGinnis spoke to you about. I also want to speak to the issue of what is fair. That, of course, is problematic, you know, and I'm sure what's fair for some property owners is not going to be fair for another. And the problem is, if you looked at 2 parcels side by side, they're both proposed for downzoning because that addresses the goals of the plan, but one of them happens to be a property owner who went through the previous downzone. Does that mean you change the proposal for them, but not for somebody who bought his property more recently? That's a really problematic approach. I think, once again, you have to consider not who owns the property, not their history, but instead what's best overall. And I think the fact that you have this alternative as the environmental superior alternative suggests that. I also want to point out to you that you have to be a little careful in looking at your survey, as Supervisor Marshall pointed out. That's only been recently prepared. It's not 100% accurate. Mr. Wilbrand is true about that. But in fact, these parcels have been scrutinized very carefully. One of the reasons why Mr. Wilbrand can find things that aren't accurate about it is that he's describing the Mills property. The actual survey describes a block of land with 6 parcels in it. So the section which says it's Ag 120 actually is right for part of it, but there's another part that's Ag 15, as he says. So once again, it's a matter of context. Please try to keep everything in context. The context has occurred over a long period of time, and so we will have a camel when we get out of this process, but we'll just try and keep it the best camel possible. Please don't cut any legs off it.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And I'd like to hear from C.J. Jackson, please. Good morning, C.J.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Good to see you all again. C.J. Jackson here as a citizen, and I'm here to speak after a considerable amount of soul searching and talk and thought about the downzone alternative versus the other alternative. Having been in the Valley for 16 years and moved to the Valley from a place called Chino Hills, you may recognize, was a suburb of Chino, 16,000 people, now a municipality with 78,000 people over that same 16-year period. When I moved to the Valley was 22,000 people. The Valley today is approximately 22,000 people. So that the context that have raised my concern deal with the delta between the two alternatives that you look at. One asserts that one is environmentally superior, and the other is the choice. And when you assert a term as potent, as environmentally superior, and you seek to utilize a solution such as downzoning, which is, I think we could consider within the history of Santa Barbara County, is fairly draconian. It's a substantive move, and I'm asking that if the delta, and you can help me, Commissioner Valencia, with that discussion, is small, yet the tool is big, is that really effectively counterbalance the context of the community ethic and the social fabric of the community when there is such animus against the notion of the downzone alternative? Concurrent with all of that, as I told you, the population, we had a Lutheran Church Extension Fund provided our congregation in the valley with a population demographic study which showed the growth rate from 2005 on, and it was received in 2005, as flat to declining. That runs parallel with this concern that the community has expressed over excessive population growth and sprawl. So over the last 16 years here, the two communities that I left behind grew 35% and 125% over the same 16-year period. So what I'm asking you, examine that delta. And if that delta between the heritage site overlay methodology, which continues to involve the citizens in parcels that have been identified as key, and evaluate that against what you gain in the overall valley's target objective of maintaining the valley as it is, as much as possible. If that gain for the quote-unquote environmentally superior is small, is it not taking out a 30-06 to take out a woodpecker? And so the reason I say that is there's a lot of contentiousness and a lot of and I had a tough time coming to this because I have been involved in this process of trying to examine what would preserve as much as possible, and I concur with Mr. Duncan. It's a camel, and and these are not easy. But again, if the finite differential that you're playing with is small, do you want to take out and use the big gun? And so I would ask that you reconsider that, and I thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. Mr. Fields. And I believe following Mr. Fields, we'll go to Santa Barbara for Ms. Petrovich.
Hello again. I'm still Mr. Fields, still from Santa Ynez. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'd like to put two hats on here. First, the VPAC historian, and as one who was there, comment on some of the comments that have been made. First, as a global comment, I'd like to pretty much support Mr. Wilbrandt's memory of history and pretty much refute Ms. Beltranina's. The VPAC was established when Supervisor Firestone took office, and we ran as a committee for 17 months, meeting at least once a month. So it might have been about 18 different meetings. We did meet, as Mr. Wilbrandt said, for a few months in the spring of '06 in that run of meetings. But what it was I think it's what he meant too, on the subject of the downzone heritage site status quo issue, this issue, we had 3 consecutive meetings that lasted 2 to 3 hours each, and I'm going to guess we had 50 plus or minus people in each one of those meetings. So at the VPAC level, this was pretty well aired out. It was a bit inconclusive, again confirming Mr. Wilbrandt. Ms. Beltranina said that when the plan shrunk, the downzone alternative went away. That's not accurate. It was in the plan that the VPAC inherited along with the status quo. And the goal of the VPAC was to come up with a midpoint, something that did something, which the status quo didn't, and something that did less or was more flexible than the downzone. So it was designed to be a third alternative between the other two. A lot of public input on it, and quite, as Mr. Wilbrandt said, no consensus at the end of the discussions. 9 hours later, 3 meetings later, the VPAC was split, the community was split. It was the one that we did not bring to you saying where I can tell you we've pretty much got consensus on this deal. My report is we don't in the community. When it came time to do something, the issue came up about which one will be the project description, and the VPAC vigorously resisted calling any one of them a project description. We didn't want to favor the game. We wanted all three studied evenly, get more information, specifically the EIR, and then have decision makers with the more information and more testimony, which you've been taking, make the call. We were told that legally we had to have a project description, and we did get pretty close to consensus among the people who otherwise didn't agree that the midpoint was the better one to make as a project description, and then in the EIR you could weigh the more and the less relative to the midpoint. But they clearly were sent off to you with no favorite. The EIR has been done, the staff has its position, you're hearing from individual citizens what their positions are, but this really is your call on those three choices. There's no clear message from the VPAC on this. Now, if I might I'm over here, but if I can go to my personal comment on that. I am troubled by this last minute compromise or deal that's proposed on one of the particular properties. There has been no public notice of this. If you don't go to the county website and the Planning Commission webpage and click on this agenda and click on that particular staff report, you have no idea that there's a whole new proposal in the works. The neighbors weren't noticed, the community wasn't noticed to have a chance to get informed and comment on it. It's really option 4. We've got the downzone, the heritage site, the status quo, and then the let's make a deal option. And I have really a difficult time from a process point of view with this last minute, let's make a deal with no option, with no public notice. Clearly there's no legal public notice on this. And I think the fact that one property owner was given staff time, was given presentation time here, with no notice to their neighbors, with no notice to give the same opportunity to the other affected property owners, affects the due process rights of all of the others. So I don't think you can make a deal for one property owner today. I think you do have the authority to open up the whole box, notice all property owners that they can come in and try to make a deal, hold another set of hearings. I think you have that authority. I think it's been pretty clear from the Board of Supervisors that there's no patience, there's no time, there's no money to open up this whole box. So I think that the sound thing for you to do is pick one of these curtains, curtain 1, 2, or 3, send it forward. There is no curtain 4, and if when it's all over, the landowner doesn't like the way it came out, they have the right outside of the plan process to come back in and ask for a rezone. But I think it shreds the plan process at a very, very late date, and I think very dangerously. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Petrovich, will you have her in Santa Barbara? Good morning.
Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. You can hear me okay?
Just perfectly.
Great. I am Susan Petrovich with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I have 2 issues to address, and I would ask that the exhibit with the orange dots be put up on the screen. And I hope you received the revised version. We found some more orange dot parcels. But I'd first like to quickly raise the issue of the legal parcels. Mr. Woolbrandt highlighted that in his testimony. I've raised this issue before, but as our firm was reviewing the number of lots that would become non-conforming under the downzone alternative, the issue of the many legal lots in the Valley Plan area became even more compelling. And we've heard the staff over and over again say, well, this is just a plan view. We don't really need to know about the legal lots. We're going to go with the assessor's parcels. And I guess my response, and it comes down to the final strokes here for you, and that is, what is this fear about having accurate information? Is it because the accurate information won't support the assumptions that people have made about how this will somehow spread ranchettes throughout the valley? In fact, I think as you see the legal parcel information, you would see more and more that there are smaller parcels that are not shown to you on this map. The staff has said that over 100 parcels would be made non-conforming with their zone district if the downzone alternative is adopted. But that was only if you counted the assessor's parcels, not the smaller legal parcels that they encompass. So I'm really here to talk to the issue of non-conforming parcels, turning what are presently conforming parcels into non-conforming parcels. And I would ask again that you, before you make a decision, have your staff present to you an exhibit that shows the true number of lots that will become non-conforming under the downzone alternative. That would be including the legal lots, because I believe the EIR and your analysis is incomplete and inaccurate without this information. Which brings me more directly to the map that I've presented. These are the lots that we were able to identify as becoming non-conforming under the downzone alternative. We found less than a third of these. I'm sure the staff has a very complete inventory of these because, of course, in order to identify these areas for the downzone alternative, they had to study the size and the zoning of all the parcels in the valley. If you look first at the ETAM area, these parcels have been zoned Ag 120 for ages, and for good reason. These parcels already have been divided consistent with that zone district. So why rezone them? Is this to justify nabbing a couple of parcels that might be further divided? It was interesting to hear from Mr. Dorn, who lives over there in Brinkerhoff, just west of the ETAM parcel, just northwest of the area I'm talking about, and you'll see his entire neighborhood is subdivided into 20-acre, and as you go a little further to the west, 10-acre parcels. So you can see that it makes very little sense. In fact, it makes no sense to render these parcels non-conforming. I'd like to turn to Alamo Pintado Road quickly. Just south of Ballard, we've marked on the map these orange parcels. These are parcels that are all less than 20 acres except for one. So you get the whole area downzone just to nab one parcel. And then as you get further to the southwest of Ballard, there's one green parcel and then a whole bunch of my orange dots. This is taking parcels that are zoned Ag 120, so this is right in the heart of the valley, unlike Mr. Johnson's statement earlier that we're not rezoning to Ag 2 from Ag 1 parcels except at the perimeter or the periphery of the valley. This is right in the middle of the valley. This is proposed to go to Ag 240. Only one is marked in green. That's the one that has the potential for further division under the present zone district. And that parcel is capable of division into just 2 lots, yielding 1 additional lot. So for this, we are proposing to render all of the surrounding neighboring properties non-conforming and make those property owners suffer. I don't really believe that you can make a finding that this accomplishes a legitimate county objective. So I would ask you to look very seriously at the staff's position that this is the environmentally superior alternative. I agree with Mr. Jackson. Does a supposed decrease of 20 potential units over the life of the plan really preserve environmental resources better than retaining the Ag 1 zoning with its greater restrictions on land use? I think that it's an attempt to disguise, and it's a very thinly veiled attempt to disguise spot zoning of the true target parcels. These are the parcels that we were able to identify, and I would ask that you ask your staff to provide to you the accurate map, the complete map that shows all the parcels that would be rendered non-conforming. I think it will be an eye-opener for you. May I speak just for one moment regarding this compromise on that was proposed by ETAM?
Continue.
Thank you. I disagree with Mr. Field. I think this is the time for you to consider compromises. The heritage site overlay was sold to property owners on the basis that there would be a specific and complete site-by-site analysis done during the environmental process. That was said over and over again. Don't worry if you don't really qualify for this, if your property really is unique, shouldn't have a heritage site overlay or shouldn't be downzone, don't worry, it'll be studied further. It wasn't. That never occurred. We're now at the end of the line at the Planning Commission, and this is the time for you to at least look at those parcels that property owners bring forward and say, wait a minute, this is not the best approach, we do have a compromise, this is exactly the time that compromises are forged. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
Don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Petrovich.
Thank you.
Do I have any other speakers that want to speak on the issue of downzoning? I see Ms. Tamora coming forward.
Yes, I do have one comment. I've been listening to this discussion now for the last 4 meetings. And first of all, the information has been provided by most of these for the last 4 meetings, so it's nothing new for those that needed public notice or discussion in this process. I think this is the time to legitimately look at how this plan has morphed over time. The heritage site designation had captured most of these. Now the heritage site is gone. We still have the issue of whether a downzoning is appropriate or not. Is that the right tool? And the more I listen to the presentations on specific projects, it is not the right tool. And I think we really need to be very pragmatic about it, because this is the 20-year plan. It is what is vesting this community for the long term, and it needs to be done right. Secondarily, if we're going to be talking about the community plan change and we can't do this because it hasn't been noticed, first of all, you've already eliminated the affordable housing sites. You've already made changes to certain policies. And lo and behold, reading the staff report today, I think there are at least 40 new development policies in this plan. Look at exhibit or attachment F and look at every sentence that's underlined. Those are new policies, new development standards, new goals that have been added, which I was shocked. I thought we were trying to eliminate words in this plan and go through a process of process improvement, elimination.
We're going to take that up separately. That's going to be an item that we'll discuss separately, just for your
Great, because
benefit.
basically I believe everything's on the table. I concur with Ms. Petrovich, with Beltrina, with everybody here, that each one of these parcels are important and each one of them should be looked at independently. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a question for staff on that, that very issue, and probably for Mr. Yates. It would seem to me that if the commission, one of the things that we could recommend is that there be no change in the zoning, and I don't think that would violate the environmental review document. It seems to me that if we are down zoning, either the way the plan is today or something between no change in the zoning and maybe half of it being down zoned, would that require recirculation for the EIR? I wouldn't think it would be, because it's, I mean, the baseline is the existing zoning, am I correct?
Chairman Blau, members of the commission, I'll try and answer the question. I'm not sure exactly. Could you repeat the question?
Well, the question is, if we were to take an action to where we downzone only half of what's being recommended by staff, would that require a recirculation of the environmental review documents?
In general terms, when you have an environmental document, environmental impact report, or a negative declaration, if the impacts of what you're doing are considered in that document, then normally you do not need to recirculate. So that covers normally a scenario where you're reducing the size of the project. In this document, there's several alternatives that have several different levels of downzoning or the zoning. So the document has assessed different levels of impact. So the key question is, has there been a level of impact that was not considered in that document? And I don't think that's the case. In other words, I think you do not need to recirculate it, because the EIR has looked at different levels of impacts that you are considering here today. It's looked at what staff has proposed. It's looked at a lower level of impact. And with the proposed alternative, it's looked at a higher level of impact. So the range of analysis has included what is being proposed, and therefore, normally you would not need to recirculate the document.
Okay, and then I have one other question. If you could put the map up there with the dots on there. Map with the dots. This one will do. This one will do, I think. Let me find my parcel here. Well, that's hard to read. There was a section. This will do it. I think I can find it now. Let's see if I can. Yeah, right, here we go. Right here. So what we have is we've got a bunch of small parcels right here, several of them, that we're proposing to rezone to, I think it's Egg 240, and yet all the parcels around it are less than that. It really only affects one parcel. How do we consider that not spot zoning or spot down zoning there? I mean, if we were to only rezone this parcel, which is the only one that's affected by the zone change, would that not be spot down zoning for that one parcel? Aren't we pretending to not spot zone by taking in a bigger area of parcels that are already smaller than that?
Chairman Blau, spot zoning is not the most clear concept in land use law. So for one person's spot zoning is another person's legitimate general zoning. And it's often decided in the course on a case-by-case basis. But normally, courts give a lot of deference to counties and cities in their decisions as long as there's some kind of legitimate interest, a rational basis for what they're doing. And I think the EIR and the staff report, the plan itself, provides a lot of support, rationale for all the zoning that's going on here. I certainly think it's absolutely legally defensible, the down zoning that we're doing here. The question of whether you think, as a matter of policy, that it's an inappropriate zoning due to the surrounding areas, then that's very possible. But legally, courts generally only require counties and cities to have a legitimate interest, and the interest here is in preserving agricultural lands. I think I actually read this quote from a case before, and this is the Pinedo versus Marin County case, and the court stated that the ordinance supported important historic, traditional, and economic uses of California property, and therefore the court upheld that. And so if a county, as in this instance, has provided legitimate support for its reasons to protect historical rural uses, courts will generally uphold it.
Okay. Mr. Okay, do I have any further speakers on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close this issue, bring it back to the commission for their discussions and some deliberation. Commissioner Brown.
I have a question for staff. Just in reviewing the letters that we received, the one from Mr. Gardner, which is in our packet, he's in Zone 18. Would staff, if you know, because I'm not able to follow his commentary because I don't know which is his parcel, does staff know which is his parcel in terms of sort of the overall picture? I guess what I find confusing in this is that sometimes the description of surrounding uses, you apply it to the whole area that's in blue, but sometimes it doesn't make sense to me, so I'm trying to get a sense of what he's, can you go through that? I guess Mr. Tetley talked to him, right? Perhaps Brian would be able to point out which is his parcel so I can get a better understanding of what he's saying.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I'm trying to rewind my memory now to Mr. Gardner's particular property.
Okay.
I think you're correct. This is Zone 18 on page 42 of the survey in blue.
Right.
Yes, I believe if I'm not entirely certain, but I think his property is the most eastern in the blue area where you see the single-family home with the landscaping surrounding it.
Okay. All right, that's helpful.
And he certainly expressed his concerns about the downzoning and curtailment of his ability to subdivide in the
No,
future.
I understand. Okay, I
Yeah.
just needed to know which one. All
That's
right.
the one.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Brooks. Oops, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. Every time I come to a meeting, when I start putting my notes together, I take the goals of the plan and I put them first and foremost at the top of my paper. Okay, preserve rural character, ag viability, keep distinct urban communities, gateways, protect open space visuals resources, and the community is saying they would like to keep the valley, you know, as close as possible to what it is today. I would probably want to go to this idea of compromise. I received my staff report on the morning of June 25th. I actually thoroughly read all the contents on Friday, June 26th. I did a site visit during that time, and I'm looking back in my history, and as someone who does not live in the San Ynez Valley, I have had months of history lessons, you know, about the plan. I don't know people's names. I do. I look at the maps. I go back to, you know, what happened at the VPAC and at the GPAC. I listened, you know, to the history, and, you know, I'm sitting here today. I thought that 3 weeks ago, when we had our meeting at the beginning of June, you know, we had given the direction to the staff that, you know, the majority, you know, we did support the downzone alternative. You know, staff is telling us that is that after, you know, thousands of hours of study for the EIR, 50 public meetings in the community, you know, that this is the environmentally superior alternative. I come here this morning, I know I'm looking at the three alternatives that we have. I would like to go back to what we said at the meeting, I believe it was on June 3rd. You know, we gave the direction to the staff. They've come back with more study. We had, you know, taken this conceptual vote to support the downzone alternative. We talk about fairness, and to receive something, you know, and for me to digest it, you know, just 24 hours before, you know, we come to sit here today, I mean, I think this late submittal, you know, for staff, you know, this is not fair. We have property owners, you know, and people, residents of the valley that have attended meetings for 6 years. I believe at our very first hearing, and this is our 5th hearing, you know, about $2 million has been spent on this. You know, we have talked over the years, this plan is somewhat of a compromise. Not everyone's going to be happy, but to think that we're, you know, we might even consider doing compromises based on who's here today with representation. Again, this whole idea of due process. You know, the community is, you know, instilling in us, you know, the possibility, let's look at the information. We have to make the best judgments possible, and based on what we have. And I'd like to hear, as again, I thought, you know, we were headed toward, you know, sending this on. We have lots of small things to iron out. We've discussed many of the issues. You know, keeping our focus on the goal of the plan. I don't know. You know, everyone says, well, you know, we have to be fair, but we have to be fair. The process is what makes it fair. It's what makes it legal, and the process has been going on for 6 years. I mean, the process, this is part of it. And, you know, hopefully, you know, the people that are here today, they will have opportunities. We're supposed to be making our recommendation. But if we're trying to look at a plan and which somehow looks at the ongoing parcelization of the San Ynez Valley and the land within the community plan, I think what we had before us with the downzone alternative and what we had already told staff, you know, to, you know, further study, you know, this was the way we were going. But I have more to say, but I'll hear from my fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Brooks. I absolutely understand what you're saying. I think that what we should do today is pick a course of action, as Mr. Field was urging us, and this isn't the end of the process. This is an important step in the process, but there would be opportunities for other decision makers to consider different versions of this plan. In fact, if we were to do that today, I don't think there's any issue of legal denial of rights of the public to hear and comment on the plan. There's nothing that has been done in our decision-making or deliberations up to now that's bound us to a particular course. It isn't whether we support the downzoning alternative or not, but in applying the downzone alternative, is it fair to each of the parcels that's being downzoned? There's still a process to go through. And, perhaps it awaits the courts. There's certainly been a suggestion that some property owners may want to challenge this in court, and they have an absolute right to do that. For me, the question isn't whether we as a planning commission today could accept a compromise, could look at all the parcels that are raised in question, or to question the proposed zoning of some of the other parcels for which there's been no advocacy today. I think we can do it legally and fairly. The question is whether we should be analyzing each of these parcels more closely. In my own case, I received notice of the proposed compromise with the staff report over the weekend. I read that in the context of the staff proposals. But the one document I didn't have was the survey, which I think does provide some beneficial background. I've been trying to read it this morning, but it is very difficult if we're going to go parcel by parcel. So I feel like unless staff is prepared to do that, to answer the comments made by the representatives of the Lindemans and by Mr. Lindeman, we're pretty much left with either we don't support the downzoning or we do. It's a pretty broad cut. To Mr. Jackson's comments, and CJ and I didn't always agree when we were on the commission together. It wouldn't surprise him to know that we don't agree on this issue. I do think downzoning is an appropriate tool to accomplish the goals of the San Ynez plan, and that's why I voted to support the concept at our last meeting. But I must say, I'm not comfortable yet in my own mind that the allegations made by, in particular, Mr. Wolbrandt, and both in writing and in person by others, don't have some merit in the context of the specific application. So I leave it at that. If I were pressed to vote today and had no choice, I would favor downzoning over no downzoning over the alternative. But I would prefer to have a further deliberative process in which we could look more closely at the projects that have been questioned and any others such as Commissioner Blau raised today.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. When we were presented with the request of what where the commission wanted to go with this, I did vote. It was a straw vote for the downzones, but with some additional information and further digging, further reading, a couple of lengthy site visits, more driving around the valley, I do have some questions, as Commissioner Cooney has raised as well, that for me, I just have additional questions, and I am not sure about the appropriateness of all the downzones of all the parcels. Now, I understand in speaking with Mr. Duncan that there was great thought and consideration about some of these downzone and the application of the new zoning. But as I listen to other speakers, I do share some of their same concerns about sort of the intensification of some of the, that's allowed on the Ag 2 parcels and the locations of some of those parcels. I, reflect upon a project that was the first one I saw when I was a commissioner, the Shelley project just north of 154, and I still reflect on that in my decision, and I'm not always sure that it was the right one, but I did vote for it. But it is pretty intense, the use of that parcel and the number of animals on that parcel, and I just think that on some of these parcels with an Ag 2 it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate. And, it's interesting that I felt initially that the heritage site proposals was rather weak because there weren't standards, but in some ways it does provide some sort of compromise where there are some protections in that would be afforded to all these properties, which would be located in the heritage sites, where there would be some additional review and scrutiny by the community and by decision makers. So that's sort of where I am, between a rock and a hard place, and I'm in looking at sort of the big picture. I do see the big picture. I understand it is an issue of parcelization and making these parcels smaller and smaller under their current zoning. And for some of them, the current zoning seems to be appropriate. So that's kind of where I am, Commissioner Brooks.
Mr. Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I too see the big picture. I had cataract surgery, so now I can see very well, and I can see everybody out there. Different people on this commission have different views, and we respect each other. Many times we're 180 degrees from each other, but at the end of the meeting, we seem to part with good thoughts in our mind. And to me, I'm probably going against the grain here, but the rezone goes beyond the preservation of the San Ynez Valley. It violates the family's long-range plans for the property. And as a result, to me, it qualifies what is called a taking. The work done by various groups was exceptional over the years. I know I've been on the commission for a little over 10 years, or maybe longer. I don't remember now. It's been so long. But right from the beginning, Lansing Duncan and I were serving on the commission, and I recall things coming up about the San Ynez plan. And we started reading things, and then they gave us 90 days to review some plans that came up, and then they said, stop it, we're going to form this new community group, and we're going to review things in the valley. Don't know what happened after that, I can't recall, but there's been a consistent turmoil in the planning of the valley, mostly because people concerned weren't happy with what was being projected by some of the groups. And so there was a continuing, and things were delayed over and over, and new goals and so on, but never implemented. And when this new valley plan came before us, started going through it, and I had difficulty with 3 areas right away. There was down zone, the affordable housing sites, and the heritage sites, which required a review beyond the standard that's given to other sites now. The review that's given to other sites is not less than what any site would be given. It's in great depth. People on the commission go out and do site visits. Sometimes we go 2-3 times. There were some sites along 154 back in the early stages that I know Commissioner Cooney and I must have done 5 or 6 sites on them. On the coast, Naples, probably 5 or 6 sites. We do extensive amount of review on these things, review all the documentation. Some of it is very repetitious, but we still read it, spend time going over it. The last time documents that come in at the last minute here, if possible, we include them and review them. We try to read them while we're listening to your testimony, that's a bad part, and the chairman has said we won't do that anymore. Appreciate that. But in looking at all of these things, I have personal views and I have professional views, and my personal views and my professional views differ very much in that I feel like you, I want to preserve things and save things, but then I have to look at what's fair, and that's where my professional views come in, and I vote what is fair for the community. And my professional view is to protect the goals and policies and land use guidelines of Santa Barbara County. not to make many more as are projected here. So, professional is how I will vote. I want to support the good stewards of the land who have taken good care of all this valley for the last 30, 40 years, and I'm sorry I can't support the plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For myself, I'm having great difficulty with the idea that we are doing this to preserve agriculture when the Agricultural Advisory Committee comes to this commission and tells us that they don't want the rezone from Ag 1 to Ag 2. They don't want the size of the plan as large as it is. They wanted it smaller. I mean, these are the guys that are supposed to be the professional ag people telling us what policies we should implement in order to preserve ag, and they're not in favor of this downzoning from Ag 1 to Ag 2. I will tell you, I agree with Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Brown that I think it is our responsibility to look at each parcel separately and distinctly. In fact, at the very first meeting, I asked staff to provide me a map of each of the downzone parcels so that I could see what the size of the parcels were that surround it. Because I do think it's spot zoning when you take an area like I showed in the map earlier, where all the parcels around it are zoned or are smaller. We rezone them all, make them non-conforming so that we achieve a rezone really only on one parcel. And I find that inordinately unfair, and I think it's circumventing what we're supposed to be doing. Now, our counsel says he could legally defend it in court, but I don't think we could ethically defend it. So I think it is our responsibility, if we have to take more time and look at each one of these parcels individually to determine if the downzoning is appropriate or not, that's what we have to do. And the fact that we've spent $2 million and it's spent 10 or 11 years doesn't make any difference. You don't want to come to the wrong conclusion after spending all that money to get the information you're looking for. So it looks to me like, if I'm reading this correctly, I don't think we have consensus anymore to take the downzone alternative as we see it here today, that it will need to be modified. And I will tell you that if it's not modified, it's not going to get my support at all. If it is modified to where the landowners that are affected by it accept it, or there's overwhelming evidence that it meets the goal, I would do it. But I don't see that here today. What I really see here today is all we've really eliminated is the second residential units, and 111 of them, I think, is the number. You've only got 20 other units that are actually being downzoned, if you want to call it, or getting 20 other kind of units out of the potential development. And I'm hearing, I'm very moved by the two speakers were talking about where their clients are so adversely affected by this. And it doesn't make sense to me. So what I'm proposing we do is we'll re-poll the commission to see if they agree with me. That being the case, this probably will have to be continued to another meeting so that we can get each property properly identified and analyzed by staff. And I do know that you said this one over the weekend, but I found glaring errors in here. I mean, you talk about, compatible with the surrounding properties. And you mark yes, and the answer is no. If this is a 20-acre parcel and it's surrounded by 5s or surrounded by 1s, as was pointed out earlier. So I'm going to propose that we poll the commission to see if we're in agreement on that. And if we are, then I'm going to propose we break for lunch and delve into the other sections of the plan that need our
Chairman Blau, before you poll the other members on this particular item, I think it would be helpful for staff about what specific information and guidance that you're looking for when we come back. I mean, how detailed do you want? Do you want a parcel by parcel, or we've broken them up into zones? And I would agree with your assessment. That report that was given to your commission was not intended to be released. It was released, but it does need a lot of work before it can be brought back to your commission.
I think, at least for this commissioner, I'll see what the rest of them feel. What I want to see is I want you to show me each parcel that's going to be affected by the down zone and show me the size and zoning of the parcels surrounding it. And I would like to see not assessor parcel maps, but let's get the real parcels, the legal conforming parcels around it.
Commissioner Blau, we've talked to the county surveyor about that, and a parcel validity study essentially is what people are asking for. A parcel validity study of that size is just something that the county's not equipped to be able to do. We use assessor parcel numbers for build out. It's a typical approach. We have the best information we can, but when there are underlying lots that we don't know about, we really don't have a way of confirming those lots are.
I think you could contact, there's not that many property owners that are affected by this. It would seem to me you could contact them and simply ask the question. And I would let them be the ones to decide whether, because it's not difficult to do that, by the way. I can call my title company and I can get that information in about an hour. And I doubt there's even a charge for it. But, so I wouldn't mind if the parcel owners had the responsibility to do that for you. But it seems to me that is important because, you know, I've seen assessor parcel maps be wrong. I dealt with them all the time.
And Commissioner Blau, I think it's going to be very challenging to do that on a parcel by parcel basis and be able to get that information to you in some sort of timely fashion. I don't think that we would be able to do that within a reasonable time frame, contacting all 119 parcel owners and getting that information back to you and be able to do the analysis to then confirm and validate the information that's provided to us. We had extensive conversations with the surveyor, and they expressed some serious reservations about the ability to do that and the exorbitant cost to the county.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I just wonder, Chair Blau, if there isn't some sort of compromise. For me, it's, while there may be valid parcels on some of these lots that we don't see, for me, a little bit more global approach to come up and to get a better understanding of some of the context in which these parcels sit. It's well and good that I have these maps, and I can see the parcels, but it would be helpful to see that it's sort of the analysis, I think, and just to have the verbal analysis. Well, this is where it is and how it is in relationship to that's what would be helpful to me.
Okay, I would agree with that. I will say this maybe as a bit of a compromise. Use whatever maps you have, but you have some testimony from a number of parcel owners. We could at least get those ones to be accurate. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Commissioner Blau, that's great. We could use those maps, and we're prepared today to talk about what that proposal is and what it would mean under the downzone alternative, what it would mean under the project description, and what it would mean under the proposal that was provided today. That's the only other other solid map we have. The other, we don't know of any other maps which have been presented to us refute the veracity of the maps that were presented as part of the plan.
Mr. Cooney.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we do need to move the plan along. And for me, the crying need is just more information, which I think we already have. I don't want to send staff out to do original research, but using what we already have in-house, let's come up with just a better process for educating us as to why staff is recommending the zoning classifications you are. I'm very uncomfortable just rubber stamping something that's going to affect people's property forever after. And having said that, I want to make it clear to everybody that I'm not prepared to abandon the downzoning concept. I still think the downzoning alternative makes sense. But rather than just agree that staff has made the right conclusions for each of these properties and send it along to the board to deal with it, I would prefer to spend our time and get it right.
Mr. Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I would hope staff, again, I don't think we heard it accurately or maybe in any great depth. When these sites were originally selected, there was reasoning. I mean, there were 50 meetings, and I'm sure during the course of many of those meetings, they were discussing, these particular sites that might have gone into the downzone alternative, might have gone into the heritage site overlay. So I think that needs to be included. I don't feel that side has been presented here, and I hope that will be included, and that the previous chairs somehow, will be brought into this. when you're doing your further study of it.
Commissioner Blau, Commissioner Brooks, and Cooney, if I could just, we can retrace our steps to how we've arrived at today's point. If you recall, at the outset of the first meeting, we provided kind of an overview of the different areas that were proposed for downzone, and there were some detailed maps that were provided that juxtaposed the project description to the downzone and showed specifically how in each case the rural and urban boundary moved. We could use that, those maps again to walk the commission through at your next meeting, walk you through and just talk about the context of the sites that were considered for downzone, how big the parcels are in general, and what the parcel zoning is to the north, south, east, and west. And I think that, if you broke it down into the zone approach, which we've put forth in the study that was provided to you, I think that kind of information and dialogue, I think, would help all of us understand why there were decisions made by the VPAC to direct that a down zone be studied.
And even I think we heard that the VPAC wasn't necessarily in consensus on this particular plan. That was good to know. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the beginning, when we got involved in this plan, I recommended that we go on a site visit on a bus to see all these sites. The staff and the commission, for whatever reason, I'm sure they thought that that was not appropriate. So on my own, I went, and I'm sure like you did, but I'm sure that we missed a lot of the sites technically and all the other aspects that you have to see on a site. We missed those things. I think it was very important, but it's too late now. It's too late to do that. And to try to go over through more documentation is like the people in Sacramento who try to use a 300-mile screwdriver to adjust something down here. It's just, there's already a feeling on the commission of how we feel about this. Procrastination is not the answer. You just need to move forward, make a decision and move forward. This is a recommendation. We're not approving anything ourselves. It goes to the board for approval. Let them deal with it at this particular point. I don't think that after going over more paperwork and creating more work for the staff that any of our views are going to change. I think what I see roughly is, and I may be incorrect, but what I see is a 3-2 vote here. And I think we should just do it, get on with it, and let the Board of Supervisors deal with it. We've done the best we can, and we've reviewed all the documentation, seen a lot of maps, and it's not a review of any personnel in their review. It's just how we feel as professionals, and just move on.
Mr. Brown.
I don't want to beat this into the ground, but I think that it wouldn't take staff a long time to do this. It wouldn't, we have the time, we can do it in an extra meeting, or I just think that it would be worthwhile to have a better understanding. That would be helpful for me. And I think for the process, we need to do that as well.
Commissioner Cooney.
Commissioner Valencia, for whom I have great respect, is probably correct that in the end, we're going to have some differences of opinion as to whether the downzone alternative is appropriate. But I think the real question for today is whether we go forward without the information as to how these various sites were designated for the zoning that is being proposed or not. And I'm just expressing a general, I don't have a big desire to spend a lot more time on it, but I would like to look the people of Santa Barbara County in the face and say, I really understand why this site was selected, or why doesn't Ag 1 work better than Ag 2 in this particular area? If I had a better understanding, I'd feel more confident in supporting it.
And for me, Commissioner Valencia, I think that I'm hearing from Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Brown that they're may be willing to look at some compromise on the zoning and not necessarily take the plan as it sits here today. And if there was enough compromise, I could probably support the plan. I can't support it the way it is today, but I might be able to support it if there's lots of modifications to it.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond,
Please.
just, and I would support whatever the commission wants to do with respect to that as a majority. But then we had this group in the community, the GPAC and then the VPAC, or vice, yeah, I think that's the way, I hope I have it right, spent hundreds of hours reviewing this, plus all the Polo Posey groups, Lobo, and so many, all these hours that have been on there. So now they've given us all this testimony. We've had, is this the 4th meeting? And we still need additional paperwork? I mean,
And I only respond by saying that, and what I heard from one of the chairpersons is that there was not unanimity and not consensus on it. Even all that being said, you know, I take my responsibility as a commissioner pretty seriously. I'm not going to just pass on the decision without having a full and complete understanding of it, and making the best decision I can. That's what we were appointed to do, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I think when I heard the VPAC chair speak, when they said they didn't have consensus, I believe that was on whether to go with the heritage site overlay or the downzone alternative. I don't think there was, and correct me if I was wrong on that, but I don't think the lack of consensus was on the sites that were chosen. Could Mr. Field verify that? Because I want people to go away with the right information.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, the lack of consensus included the downzone and the heritage site, but there was also people who thought we shouldn't change anything, just leave all the status quo option. We didn't take a vote. I can't tell you it was 3 to 2 to 4 or some. You know, you could just the sense. You've seen this in the rooms. You get a sense of the commission and a sense of the room, and so the decision that was made was to get more information, which the EIR served our purposes, but then the VPAC disappeared, and so this half-baked pie ends up here. So. I get actually kind of a sympathetic feeling here. You're sort of where I felt I was about 3 years ago, where the room's not together, the commission's not together. Maybe more information will help. And then what ended up at the VPAC is the ball got passed to you because we were just advisory and not the decision makers, which is identical to your situation today. You're just advisory, not the decision makers. So. You know, the call we made as a community was after 3 3-hour meetings over 3 months was to pass the ball forward towards a decision maker. And I think maybe that's your call today. It's just how much do you want to grind on this? Mr. Brooks. Thank you.
Yeah, Bob, a question for you. What you looked at or what you inherited, if you will, were all these sites. Did you add sites, eliminate sites?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Brown, that's a good question. There actually are fewer sites identified now than in the draft that the VPAC inherited. We did not add anything.
Okay.
The total number of sites was reduced a bit, and then the heritage site was proposed as an alternative to each of the downzone sites. Each site had the alternative, but it was a reduced total number.
Okay, thank you.
So am I hearing consensus that we're going to continue this for additional information and us to look at individual sites?
I support that conclusion, Commissioner Blau, and believe we ought to set as early a hearing as we possibly can where we can go over the information, but I think the real work has to be done in preparation for that meeting so that we come with more comfort to the decision point. And there are, by the way, other issues that
we're not
that
done.
we have yet to raise.
We're not done. We'll be here all day.
That I think we could benefit from in terms of an additional meeting. So I think that really is inevitable. If this were the only issue, maybe we could resolve it in the course of the day, but I don't believe it is.
Yeah. Look, for me, I think I need to see the map, but I want to just see this. I want to see what the parcel sizes are that surround each of the downzone sites, because I do believe that a couple of them we looked at today are inappropriate to change the zoning. I mean, when you've got, even this list you gave me, I remember looking at one of them, you listed, I think, 13 parcel numbers together, and only 2 of the 13 were actually adversely affected by the downzone, because the rest of them are already smaller than that. So that doesn't make sense to me. And we've heard some testimony today that doesn't make sense to me. I guess Mr. Duncan wants to speak again. When he is done and commissioners are done questioning him, we will break for lunch. And I think when we come back, I think we'll take up the issue of the development standards. Go through those, and that'll be our next topic for you after lunch. Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Chairman Blau and Commissioners. I just wanted to point out a couple things in terms of process. In fact, the questions you're asking are the questions that were asked in front of the GPAC and the VPAC. We looked in great detail at each one of these sites, and actually your maps that staff has provided with you, these are actually quite good. Okay, they do lack parcel sizes on everything that surrounds each one, but typically all you need is one parcel to be identified as far as size, and then with your eye you can basically judge, well, that's all been subdivided into 20s already, etc. So I think actually the information is really right at hand with just a few notes on the sizes of parcels. I did want to warn you against attempting to try and review in the process of comprehensive planning at the detail level you would use in project review, where you really would ask where are the legal parcels, because that pursuit is going to be impossible. That's criteria that your staff warns you against, and it would set a precedent that would not only bankrupt the county, but it would make it so that your hands would be tied for every future comprehensive planning process. So I don't think you want to go in that direction. And then a note on terms of the discussion regarding certain areas where it appears that it only affects one parcel. If it's something like that, more than likely the thought that came through the GPAC's mind was that, well, yes, it's not that there's a great deal of immediate subdivision there, parcel that you gain, but it was a case of where we thought moving the boundary was a good idea. And that's often the case of what's happening when you see that sort of situation. So once again, try and keep a really broad view when you look at all these. And I'm not suggesting that all the work that's done has been perfect. Certainly, this is a long process. And as noted before, some of this work can be done before the Board of Supervisors, where there'll be time to gather even more information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Duncan, could I ask you a question on the record? Mr. Chair, with your indulgence.
Please.
You know, what you just revealed in terms of how you got to where you got is a very valuable piece of information. If I haven't made it clear, my concern is I didn't have that information. I look at a map now, and I get the feeling of being pushed toward a result without having, in my own mind, the ability to justify it.
No, actually, if you looked at our GPAC staff reports, they were amazing. They showed us in situations like this, staff would have analyzed each area, and for instance, they would point out, if for instance you look at this one, which is the one Mr. Wilbrandt was speaking about, but it includes more than the Mills property, they would delineate us the sizes of the parcels they knew about. Once again, it's what this county knows about, it's the assessor's parcel, and point out where there was potential for further subdivision, what the size of the surrounding parcels were, what the issues were, and there was a great deal of analysis for us, so that we were not flying blind. There were really a lot of criteria and information provided for us to look at that.
If I could follow up.
It did not mean there wasn't disagreements. There were disagreements, but we did have information. And then sometimes some people said, well, we're not reducing subdivision potential enough. Somebody else said, well, moving the boundary north of Los Olivos is worth doing because of the clarity of future development, even though it only reduces the potential for subdivision in that immediate area of 2 lots, something like that.
But you could simply point those issues out, that not necessarily how they were resolved. We're prepared to resolve them among ourselves. The issue is, why did the boundary line move? Why was that important to your committee? And these larger issues that don't come to the level of project approval, but give us a better idea, a better confidence level, if you will, in our decision that particular alternatives should be accepted.
Well, I was just speaking to you, for instance, about the ETAM proposal and how it fit in. A lot of that was related to the idea of the potential for the inner rural area to entirely encircle the valley floor and eventually make real agricultural impossible there. And so instead, we felt it was better to draw tight circles around the existing development that there was the EDRNs, and try and retain rural area so that active ag could go on in those areas. Yeah. And if you look at one thing your survey is pretty good at is those aerial maps. What you'll see in many cases is that the parcels that are proposed for downzoning are basically undeveloped. Not everywhere, but they have been subdivided a lot less. So there are obviously places where you could try and preserve, to the extent that you can, the character of the valley as it remains today. Not all of those photos are quite up to date. Mr. Woolbrandt pointed out that in some places grapes have been put in, but in most places the actual development on the ground is the same as you see in your aerial maps, and what they show you is that these are areas that are somewhat undeveloped now.
Mr. Duncan, if I could.
Certainly.
Tell me the logic of this parcel right here, which is surrounded by smaller parcels. There's one that hasn't been subdivided.
Yeah.
And how do we justify downzoning that one?
Let's see. Oh. Thanks to Chuck Oberdeck, Joe noticed that I'm still using the pointer that Chuck gave me for Christmas years ago. Okay. If you're talking about this right here, this one sits in a situation where the rural and interrural boundary went. And it was just a matter of whether it should be on this side or on that side. And what happened here is we actually simplified the boundary. It actually had this woggle in it, and now by going here like this, and I think
Well,
it
what I'm
goes like
talking about
this.
is, but the point is that you've got a bunch of smaller parcels surrounding this one large parcel. Only one parcel is now going to be unable to be further subdivided, and yet it's surrounded by smaller parcels.
Actually, I can't see at this detail what you're talking about. We probably need a map of the corridor. I think you're talking about the Ag 240 parcel that sits there on the west side of Alamo Pintado. Yeah, and I think that one is just a case of what we knew about it was that this would reduce subdivision potential, and that would help preserve the corridor. Okay, and that's a judgment call, obviously, you could make. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to
Thank
break
you.
for lunch. We'll be back here at about 1:10. maybe go through your list and, or where are we on that?
I was just talking with Mr. Johnson about that, Mr. Chair, and most of the comments I have are in the legal technical area, and rather than take the commission's time to go through them, in that we're going to have another hearing, perhaps it'd be appropriate for me to work with Mr. Johnson and make these suggestions. If staff agrees, present them to the commission with the next staff report.
That'd be great. So in that case, I think we're going to go back to Mr. Johnson, and we're going to talk about Exhibit F. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I'd like to go back to our issue that we were discussing before our lunch break, and I know that staff is going to go back and, get some more information about the down zone sites. It was suggested that perhaps to facilitate this a little bit, if the commissioners might, if they have specific zones that they want, more intensive study done, that might help staff in bringing back the information, or, I think there's 21 zones, in this document. And if we're going to do that, or if we're going to do it by parcel, but maybe perhaps the individual commissioners could give staff some idea of which ones in particular they have concerns about.
Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Commissioner Brooks, I would like to just have the background information supporting staff's conclusions with respect to the Mills property, the Edom property, the property that...
Shepherd property, perhaps.
The Shepherd property, yes, the other one that was down south of 246. And then the one you mentioned, Commissioner Blau, off of Alameda Pinto.
Right. And obviously, if, as well as the background information, maybe staff relook at that, and their recommendation may come to us a little differently than it did before. I think that's especially true now that we know that the VPAC or whatever the PACs were didn't have a real, it looks like there wasn't consensus, there wasn't a strong recommendation. So it'd be helpful, I think, if the staff would look at that, further analyze it. Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Brown.
It's not that I need to go over all of them, but I'm not sure which ones. If Commissioner Cooney singled out several that he would like to go over, I just wonder if I could just have a chance to go over this list and just give you the zones that I'm interested in, if that's okay.
That'd be great.
Right, okay, I'll just do that separately, thank you.
Okay, then we're back to Exhibit F. Mr. Johnson.
Chairman Blau, members of the commission. Excuse me. Exhibit F is in Attachment A. Attachment F, Exhibit A, contains the compendium of policies that would be adopted as part of the San Ynez Community Plan. For your review today, we have shown text to be added and underlined, text to be added and strikeout. Before the break, there were some comments about the history and nature of the edits, and they kind of fall into two categories. The first category is those edits that have been made to clarify policy language that was made as a result of these hearings, and to add action items as a direct result of your deliberations at the June 4th meeting. The second category is those action items, or text edits that were made as a result of proposed mitigation measures to the language as a result of the analysis in the EIR. So those are just briefly the first half of it. I guess the last half would be Mr. Tetley underwent some analysis of the policy changes that were recommended by Ms. Tamura at the last meeting. And in some cases, I think it was 19 cases, we found that there was some redundancy between the policy environment in the plan and the general standards and conditions that the county applies on projects anyways. In the case of the other changes, we found that there was not an analogous policy or standard in place that would provide the same level of standard of review or conditions. And so therefore we felt that it would compromise the ability for a project to meet certain performance standards, and we felt it wasn't appropriate to remove that policy or development standard et cetera.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. Are we going specifically then to the language?
Sure.
In that? Okay. I'm looking on policy, let's see, development standard, 7.1, page 2 of attachment F. I was just curious to find out why that first sentence was struck out.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, it was actually the entire text of what was previously proposed as Development Standard 7.1. The additional text replaces that in its entirety, and the number was kept in order to minimize the renumbering. So the text you see that essentially replaced 7.1 is mitigation measure language from the EIR. The language that was struck is language that already exists in our standard conditions.
All right, thank you.
No more questions? Okay. I know Ms. Demora was planning on speaking, but I don't see her. Maybe she made her comments earlier. So at this time, I'll ask, is anyone in the public that wants to address this issue? Seeing none, I guess we're okay with the development standards. Mr. Johnson.
Chairman Blau, members of the commission, the other outstanding issue that was brought up at the previous meeting had to do with the maps amendments to reflect changes that the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians had requested, and we have made those changes to the maps. The one outstanding policy issue had to do with the policy regarding loss of jurisdictional authority over lands for either an annexation by a city or from a fee to trust application that would be submitted by the tribe. Your commission deferred to staff on this particular issue, and after some analysis, we felt that in the absence of an annexation policy and before that's adopted, we felt that it was appropriate to keep that policy item in there and that action item in there, and then to revisit that policy and action item when the county takes its full comprehensive look at a county-wide annexation policy.
I have a question on that.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. Is that then 6.1?
Chairman Blau, Commissioner Brooks, that's correct.
So that is going to be, it's remaining?
That's remaining within the plan.
Thank you. I agree with that.
Okay, I see Mrs. Demora back in the room. Lori, did you want to address the Planning Commission on the development standards issue? Yeah.
Thank you. Again, Lori Tamura with Urban Planning Concepts. And at the last Planning Commission meeting, I provided an analysis of the development standards and the policies and goals to Commissioner Blau and to the staff. And there was about 70 recommended or requested changes, and I believe about 19 were agreed to in the staff report presented. I still believe that most of the comments I provided were relevant to the community plan. A lot of it's redundant. And then literally I've landed in LAX on Saturday, got to my home about midnight Saturday night, read the staff report Sunday, and there's now about 40 new development standards added.
Yeah, well, you were a little late getting back, but Mr. Johnson explained to us that those come from the EAR and that they are the mitigation measures. That's why they're not new. They were just in the EAR as mitigation measures got added to the development standards.
Well, and having said that, I think they are also repetitive, redundant, and useless for this community plan because they already exist either in standard conditions or policies from other departments. Going through them, I didn't see anything relevant or new. So I think that what we've done is just layered upon layer of redundancy in the plan, and it's just unfortunate. I think, you know, the level of efficiency that we've had working through the PIT process and through a number of other processes would have given a guiding principle to this community plan that would make it as efficient as possible rather than adding additional layers. You have seen the staff reports that come out of community plans where they have page upon page of the community plan policies and the analysis. And it's just so much repetitiveness in this process that it's just unfortunate that here we are today just kind of perpetuating the process that we've already generated through other community plans. My hope and desire was that this would be a very efficient, smooth process, and the irony is that we're literally only talking about 100 net new units in the community plan. So we're putting a lot of extra words on a process that really does not seem to add to the efficiency of the process. There are some community plan policies I think do need to be changed, and those particularly reflect those that are tied to the mixed use ordinance. Those policies are involving the setbacks along 246 and Highway 154, 35-foot setback. The only reason it's there is because it's the same setback that was in the Orchid Community Plan. And the parcels that we're dealing with now are not 20 or 30 acre parcels. These are 10,000 square foot lots, 10,000 or 20,000 square foot lots. And to have that huge of a setback on those kind of properties is going to most likely not get the properties built. You're talking about almost 20% of the properties being in some kind of greenbelt buffer. The other thing is that there are provisions that say no new driveways along 246 or 154, and those need to be looked at on a parcel by parcel basis, because you can't just preclude new driveways off of those properties without making sure that you're not adversely impacting access.
Denying access is what you're saying.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. So those two particular policies, especially because you're trying to encourage mixed use, are the ones that I think are a detriment. And if you need the reference, I can go back to my notes. I just didn't realize that that's what I was doing as I walked in. So those are my comments. And again, I don't know if you wait a minute, I can grab my notes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Remember, Lori, it's a camel, not a racehorse, right?
But we will try. Yes, I'm sorry, it's Exhibit F in your staff report, and it's on page 9. And the policies referred to are San Ynez Valley 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. And first of all, it talks about no new access off of the two highways. And I don't know if staff's actually looked at the individual parcels that they're grouping into those areas to see what accesses they do have available. We are, people have talked about new development in these areas, and there are existing driveways already. And what if somebody has the idea of putting a better location driveway because of new development? Can they even move driveways to a new location? I think that this is, very restrictive and doesn't look for creativity at all. Second policy talks about this 35-foot setback. And currently in those areas, you have a 10-foot setback based on commercial zone districts. And also in the mixed use ordinance, you have the ability to work with the staff on design elements that could, in the mixed use ordinance, you can reduce your standards. But now you have a policy in your community plan that says 35-foot setback from building development, and 30 feet of it has to be landscaped. So you're literally providing a restriction that's excessive to anywhere else in the San Ynez Community Plan, to just this one area in Santa Ynez and in Los Olivos. And yet, throughout the policies, you're encouraging mixed use, you're encouraging intensification, you're encouraging the opportunities for some very creative design, and you have these two standards that are basically hamstringing those properties. I would hope that those would be looked at very carefully in this process. There's nothing wrong with having some setbacks, design standards, but they need to be flexible and creative, because that's what these properties are asking for as mixed-use ordinance provisions. And I also have other comments, but most of them were tied to the fact that through my written comments, most of the standards were left in, and I thought many of them could have been removed or substantially reduced.
Yeah, I think you didn't hear either. Mr. Tetley went through all of those, and they did agree with you on 19. The other ones they did not agree because there was enough difference between the policy and what was written here that he felt that he had to leave it in here. But I assure you, he did look at them, and we tried to eliminate them, and he just couldn't come to that conclusion.
I'll ask for that at the board then. Thank you.
Okay, great. I would like to hear from staff on the two issues that Mr. Mora did address, the access and the 10-foot setbacks.
Mr. Chair, if you would indulge us with some time as we take a look at these two policy issues and see if there were any particular changes that would take place, what implications it might have. I think in terms of 5.1, it seems to me that just in refreshing my memory that you could provide some language in the end of that sentence that says development sites shall be designed to take access from frontage roads or interior streets of the townships if feasible, so that it's not an absolute. So if it is not feasible to do from 246 from 154, that it makes an allowance. But I would think for in this particular location it would be permissible to do that. The other development standard, we would need a few minutes just to take a look at that.
Great. And I would agree with you. I mean, one of the problems I always have about these kind of conditions, like we had in the Orchid Community Plan, where, you know, they set an artificial height limitation, and then we see a piece of architecture where it requires the roof to be higher to make it look right. So you want to make sure that at least somebody has some flexibility to deal with that. Mr. Duncan.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Blau and Commissioners. Just want to give you another perspective on some of these items. It may be Ms. Tamura's perspective that this only exists because it's in Orchid, but I do want her to know and you to know that the GPAC did look at this, and they thought, considering how 246 was evolving and how it was starting to appear, that this sort of requirement was in order. And in fact, if you look now and see the improvements that have been made in the landscaping in front of the casino and in the areas where the tribe has invested in the frontage along 246, it's starting to make a substantial difference and break up this corridor so that there really is a sense of separation between Santa Ynez, where the high school is, and when you get to Solvang. And that landscaping and the setback can help in that degree.
So you're just on the issue of the landscaping. On the access, you would agree that
I think access is also a safety issue,
well,
and
my
it's
point
really
is,
important.
if they have no other access but their
I think council would tell you that you couldn't keep them from using their parcel in some way, you know.
So we'll modify this language to say if feasible, they'll take access someplace else. If it's not
I
feasible.
think you want to somehow strike a balance that's both legal and safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, I think 5.2 and 5.3 address the generous amount of setback, particularly because they're gateways. And 5.2, which establishes that setback, works in tandem with 5.3 that provides for the landscaping requirements of that particular area to really serve and reinforce that gateway to the community.
Yeah, I just wonder if it would be appropriate to add some language to those two so that that condition could be waived if it's not feasible to use the property. And or if the setback was so severe on the property that it made the property unusable, I would think you could have some deviation from that. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, we have, you'll see it sprinkled throughout the whole San Ynez Community Plan, this phrase that unless it precludes a reasonable development. And
So if we could add that to this one, I think that would satisfy Mr. Moore and it would satisfy you. Mr. Brown?
In light of Mr. Johnson's comments about there being gateways, I think that's, as you'd indicate, that's one of the reasons. I'm wondering if there can't be that language so that decision makers can understand that the reason for doing this is because it's a gateway and that there is a project that isn't able to do this. It should be designed in such a way that it does make an appearance and does respect the fact that it's a gateway. That's my only thought. And maybe that can be incorporated someplace in there as well.
I think the language you provided gives us that flexibility. I'm good with that. Okay, I'll ask again if there's any further public comment on this issue. Not seeing any, I'll now invite anyone that wants to make any public comment on any issue not discussed so far today, or just a comment in general. I don't see any. Commissioner Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I was looking through the various comments that I made, notes about, and most of them are easily discussed with Mr. Johnson and would be subject to revision. But there is one issue, one policy action proposed that I'd like to get the rest of the commission's reaction to. So
Okay.
I
I do
can
see
do
we,
that
I do
before.
see we have one more speaker that she was a
Oh,
little
fine.
slow on the uptake, so if you'll come up, please. And then we'll go back to Chairman, Commissioner Cooney's concerns.
I'll give this to you so I can remind myself of
Not
the
a problem.
topics. My name is Nancy Crawford Hall. Excuse me. I am the owner of San Lucas Ranch. Some of you I've met before when I came for an arena cover a number of years ago and had a very good experience. I'm here because I was interested in the Valley Plan from the beginning when it became public, and that is after the blueprint was published. It was a member of the community that gave me a copy of the blueprint. I'd never even heard of it until then. Subsequently, I attended most of the GPAC meetings, and I also attended most of the VPAC meetings as well because I was made a member of that. My concerns today have to do with the proposed add-on of the river trail that was very vigorously opposed by the community. It basically is an unconstitutional concept to demand trails through private property or make it a condition of doing something else with your property. Those are agricultural areas that we're talking about having trails through, which is not compatible with having other livestock, bicycles, or general human intervention on the sort of scale that would occur on a public trail. There's all sorts of obvious issues, such as trash, vandalism, trespassing, and something that most people don't think about is the wildlife corridors. The river is an important corridor for all wildlife in that valley. They come when the fires happen in Santa Barbara, the wildlife come to the valley. They need it for forage, for water, and there is easy access to it. So I don't know how that would ever work for anybody. Also, the overlay that you've talked about before, a design review, the two parcels, those two down at the bottom belong to me. Nobody has ever mentioned the fact that, first of all, they have that map that the Moorharts sued the county over. But because of that, I took it upon myself to put a conservation easement on both those properties. The one on the upper part will never have any structures on it whatsoever. I made it that way. The other one has a horse facility on it, and part of the agreement with the state of California was that one additional house could be placed on that parcel. And that's it, ever. That needs to be reflected in the plans. The county knows this and has never put it in their plans. I've written about it, I've talked about it. So that's one part of your map that's very inaccurate.
My time for a second. Mr. Johnson, do you want to respond to that?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, typically the land use maps don't reflect any conservation easements that may have been agreed upon, so we wouldn't necessarily show those on any particular maps or any other private restrictions that may be between different parties. So to that extent, we haven't shown those in anywhere in the valley if they exist, as Ms. Hall has indicated.
This is not private, it's between me and the state of California,
Well,
through the
but-
California Rangeland Trust, and it should be public because it's been written in publications as well.
I think what he's
So-
saying, it doesn't show on this particular plan because this
It
is the plan
hasn't
for the
showed on
county.
any.
Right.
The maps didn't show on any either, those county staff, not these folks, but 2 or 3 staffs before eliminated it, just wiped it off. So. The ESH areas I hear are being discovered again. The ag community has asked that those not ever be reconsidered because of the enormity of the condemnation of property that will be ensued as a result of that policy. And furthermore, giving one group of people access to private property over other people is not only unconstitutional, but it's very definitely discriminatory and is a very bad policy in this plan. And I thank you very much. I know a couple of you I've met before and really enjoyed working with you, so I know you'll come up with something reasonable, I hope, for the rest of us.
Right, thank you. Anyone else before we get back to Commissioner Cooney? Not seeing any. Mr. Johnson, do you want to respond to the issue and the trail issues, and then we'll let Mr. Cooney?
Chairman Blau and members of the commission, starting with the trail issue, that is an action item in your plan to look at a whole host of possibilities for trails in the valley, not strictly related to the river trail. And to that extent, should there be a decision about changes to the future PRT map, that would be the first step. The second step would be coming up with the means of being able to lawfully acquire any sort of easements or fee rights for the public's use of those trails. So it would be a process that would have to follow on the heels of this adoption of this plan, as it is an action item contained in the plan effort. Secondarily, regarding ESH, the plan does not propose any ESH, as we've indicated in the staff reports, and to your commission, there is an analogous approach to define different biomes and ecological areas that would essentially qualify as ESH, but not map those, and then to defer to vegetation maps. And when projects come in those particular areas that meet those certain characteristics, there would be standards applied that are that mirror the standards in ESH.
Okay, thank you. I see, Mr. Cohen, you had a slip here to speak today. It's Mr. Armenta, okay, gotcha. Commissioner Cooney, your concerns.
Well, in light of the suggestion that Mr. Cohen's on the way, I'll hold off. Just to pose the issue, though, the attachment D, findings and statement of overriding consideration, I spent a lot of time with because I realize these are the legal findings over which ultimately any disputes would be contested. But there is a reference here that may have more substance than just form. It basically is found on page 48 of attachment D, and this refers to it's mixed in with the historical resources policies. The policy under which the two action items are listed says traditional, cultural, historical, and spiritual properties of concern of the Santa Ynez Tribal Elders Council should be protected and preserved to the maximum extent feasible, which is, I have no problem with the policy. The second action item says the county shall ensure the confidentiality of information regarding traditional, cultural, historical, and spiritual property shared by the tribe. I think I understand the goal of that statement, but I'm nervous about the county consciously and in this forum undertaking a commitment to ensure confidentiality of information without being more narrow about the information that is to be kept confidential. If it's the location of cultural sites, I understand the need for confidentiality. If it's discussions with the county or other items involving the interrelationship between the tribe and the county, I'm not only concerned that those may be subject to a written promise of confidentiality, but that it wouldn't be appropriate for them to be confidential in the first place. So it's just one of those action items that is hidden among the rest that if we pass along to the board could erroneously become part of the plan, and it really should be nailed down more specifically if in fact the county's to guarantee confidentiality at all.
Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Cooney, just to give you a little context for how we arrived at this language and why it's being proposed as an addition, I think we mentioned at the outset of this process that we are required by Senate Bill 18 to engage in government-to-government discussions regarding any time that a local agency proposes a general plan amendment. And this was one of the action items that was an outgrowth of that process. I'll defer to the counselor whether the action item begins to breach into other areas beyond where confidentiality is required, and that is largely required when the tribe and the county is exchanging information relative to the location of cultural or archaeological sites. And I don't think the intent here was for that action item to bridge into other areas of government-to-government relations. But if it's the commission's concern that it appears it's going in that direction, maybe council can shed some light on that.
Mr. Yates.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, reviewing this, I think that Commissioner Cooney's concern is possibly one that is of concern for the county as far as confidentiality. Currently, our policy generally does relate specifically to geographical sites, historical actual sites. This policy could arguably expand it beyond that. So I think SB 18 is also focused on geographical and not other areas. So I think it is up to the commission, and I think it is probably the wording of it. Commissioner Cooney accurately portrays the wording that it does go somewhat beyond current county policy on confidentiality of geographic sites, and it also goes beyond SB 18's focus on geographical sites.
So you're proposing that you'll modify that language to make it appropriate?
I'm sorry?
You'll modify the language to make it appropriate for the site?
Certainly, yeah,
Great.
we can work on that, yes.
Mr. Cooney, do you have more, or shall I call Mr. Cohen up there? Mr. Cohen, you wish to address the commission?
Yes, would you like me to address the commission on our generalized comments on the plan, or would you like me to talk more about cultural sites and just the process by which what confidential archaeological information and sites of spiritual significance are entered into the Planning Commission record? And those are the items that we need for you to keep confidential in the process.
Mr. Chair, excuse me for interrupting, but I just don't want to have Mr. Cohen address an issue that isn't one of concern. I have no problem with confidentiality of location, and I understand the history of that. This particular language, as it was drafted, I'm not sure if you had a hand in it, but it appears to be pretty broad, and all we're trying to do is nail it down to those issues of concern to the tribe. And so if you have input on that, that would be valuable for me.
Well, you know, under CEQA, the Native American Heritage Commission, oh, you're timing me on this. Okay. The Native American Heritage Commission, you know, asked the tribe about their sites of special significance. All right, and those of course, we really would appreciate if you keep those confidential. On the other hand, both the tribe and the planning staff contact the Central Coast Information Center, all right, and that's the repository of archaeological documents, all right, and known archaeological sites, and that, under that particular statute, we all agree to keep that information confidential. And in addition, this is kind of archaic, but there's a special map, all right, in the Planning Commission office in a locked room, all right, and that is manually kept confidential, all right. And then finally, as a result of SB 18 consultations, the tribe and the county have jointly created a sensitivity map, which I assume will be kept in some other manually confidential area. So those are the areas that the tribe would appreciate being kept confidential.
And I think the goal of this policy and action item should be to protect those items. It's really having to do with location in each case. And so I think we can just narrow the language to the location of these sensitive tribal assets and history, and we'd have no problem with it. But what the language is so broad and the county's commitment is so extensive that I would be concerned that we would be required to keep confidential the fact that you came and testified today, for example. So I would feel more comfortable if we narrowed the language to address the issues of concern.
That would be fine, and I believe there's also exemption language in the California Public Records Act as well that we might be able to follow. Thank you. And that is an important issue, and I appreciate Commissioner Cooney bringing that up today. The tribe also has 3 other issues that I'd like to address in my limited time.
You have extra time. Those were on our, that discussion before was on our time, not yours.
Oh, excellent, okay. Thank you very much. First of all, we'd like to talk about, well, first of all, I don't know how many of you got to visit the 5-acre ranchettes on the reservation. All right, but I assume you're still looking for the 5-acre ranchettes on the reservation. Although there's a sizable amount of housing on the reservation, the density is quite significant. All right, especially on the upper reservation. So I guess the down zone alternative for the reservation is to make it one big parcel at 137 acres. All right. I think the problem we have with that specific down zone is land use general policy San Ynez Valley number 6, which is an absolute prohibition on any type of annexations in the San Ynez Valley. So essentially, the tribe is being boxed into a 137-acre riverbed. You know the history of the tribe. When the missions were secularized in the 1830s, all right, the neophytes, who were the Chumash workers, had no place to go, and they actually were forced to flee into the nearest Zanha, which is riverbed, which is currently Zanha Dakota Creek, which ultimately became the San Ynez Indian Reservation through an agreement between the Indian agent Lucius Wright, right, and the Catholic Church in 1901, which finally was effectuated in 1910. That was the original 99-acre reservation, which in the 70s and 80s, we added additional 36 acres, so-called upper reservation, for the entire reservation boundary of 137 acres. However, this particular policy, LUGSYV 6, right, does not belong in this community plan. It belongs, I guess, if it belongs anywhere, it belongs in the county general plan. Because as we all know, community plans must conform to the general plan. I called the Office of Planning and Research. All right, of course, they're about to be disbanded, so they're in really no mood to talk. But they directed me to they said, why don't you go read the Planner's Guide to Specific Plans from 1998. It says, a specific plan may not be adopted or amended unless the proposed plan or amendment is consistent with the general plan. She says, if that's not enough for you, and it rarely is, she suggested the 03 version of General Plan Guidelines. All right, hours of fun, read it to my wife, actually. All right, and it states on page 13, all principles, goals, objective, policies, and plan proposals set forth in an area or community plan must be consistent with the overall general plan. All right, so, you know, I guess I don't, of course, we don't like this policy, all right, but if you're going to lead with a policy like this, you should lead with it in the general plan. Our last argument I'd like to make is opposition to annexation is a case-by-case political decision.
The genus, or the genesis, I guess, of this proposal was from Supervisor Firestone. And he was reacting to some local community opposition because back in 2005, the County Board of Supervisors did not oppose an annexation by the tribe of 6.9 acres north of the reservation. And that was the Board of Supervisors' discretion. You may not like it, but that's what happened in '05. But what about these acts? Last June, Buellton began an annexation of the Connolly parcel, all right, about 4.5 acres just right across from the old Federicos, which is now owned by the tribe. The county didn't object. And last July, the further saga of Veronica Meadows happened in the city of Santa Barbara, and they're annexing land as well, and the county didn't object as well. So I guess if you're going to harass every single political jurisdiction, that is certainly the right of the county of Santa Barbara, right? And if that is if that's your goal, then you should put it in the general plan where it belongs. But individual state, city by city or area by area specific plans, is not the place to put these generalized affirmations that cannot possibly bind future county boards of supervisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, would you care to respond to that?
Commissioner Blau and members of the commission, these policies that are proposed as part of the plan, once the plan is adopted, we will make sure that the county enforces those policies. I think one of the distinctions between a fee to trust application and an annexation by a city is there is a process through LAFCO, and there is an agreement that's required when any property leaves county jurisdiction and goes into a city. There's kind of two pieces. One is the first is a revenue exchange agreement between the annexing city and the county that discusses how property tax, and if it's a commercial property, sales tax is going to be apportioned. And then secondarily, there is a process through LAFCO where we can provide through a responsible agency review and through a comment, through a form that we provide to the executive director of LAFCO, any potential conflicts that will result into the consistency with the county's general plan when a city is proposing to annex property. So there is a parallel process that's already in place, and this policy and action item reinforces that for city annexations, and then provides a mechanism when there are fee to trust applications.
So addressing Mr. Cohen's comments, why is there a need to have this in this community plan? I kind of tend to agree with Mr. Cohen that I'm not interested in creating prohibitions against the Board of Supervisors acting in the future to do whatever they decide to do. I mean, that's why they're up for re-election every couple of years. And I mean, so do we need this policy in here is the real question. What's the benefit of doing it?
Commissioner Blau and members of the commission, I think I mentioned earlier that we will be taking on a future annexation-wide policy, and when that annexation-wide policy comes to the board, and should they adopt that policy, then we would revisit that policy county-wide in light of the policy that's specifically for the Santa Ynez Valley. But I think Mr. Yates wants to add some additional comments.
Mr. Chair, in regard to the contention by Mr. Cohen that specific plans and community plans must be consistent with the general plan, that is certainly true. That is not just a policy of a governor's office, it's also state law. However, the intention of community plans and specific plans is to allow for flexibility by counties and cities for different areas, different regions of their jurisdictions that have different characteristics. So it is, if one area has a certain policy that's specific to that area, that does not mean that's inconsistent with the general plan. And in regard to tribal reservation areas that are approved by the federal government, I believe my understanding is there's only one in the county, and that's in the Santa Ynez Valley. Therefore, it's certainly appropriate to address that in a community plan. It is not necessary to address it in the general plan. So I see no problem with the consistency requirement in state law that fee to trust applications or considerations be addressed in a community plan. I see no problem with that at all.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I was interested to hear this morning, when Mr. Johnson mentioned that action item 6.1 was going to stay in the plan. I know when we were discussing Santa Rosa Road, that came up, and it was the annexation possibilities out of the city of Buellton. I think one of the strong reasons that that is in there is for that type of government to government or agreement to be established. I don't know. I just know that this is important to the San Ynez Valley community to have language in the plan where negotiations, whatever, can go on. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hertel, you wish to address the commission?
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. And I just wanted to address two items. One, I know every time I see this is the letter that the Supervisor Firestone provided to the Board of Supervisors, and it's when there was a consensus. We talked about there wasn't some consensus, but there was a consensus on this letter. I think you've all seen this letter. And of course, the entire community wanted that language in there because of what had gone through prior to this. So since this is our government, we would request that this language, which is in there, stay. It's a protection for the taxpayers in the valley to not have to struggle to fight annexations and try to go to the federal government to stop an annexation when our own county can actually do that. Annexations are generally not good in the when you're talking about casino tribes. It's about expansion of casinos. And Mr. Cohn is the casino attorney. And that brings up another point I'd like you to address is this cultural artifact thing in secrecy, all this secrecy, this in this instance is and can be used as a sword against every other taxpayer property owner in the county. So in other words, if you are on the wrong side of that casino, you are the guy that's going to get hit. And so it doesn't matter who it is. They can use that. It's secret. Until you get ready to do something, this secret thing comes out. They employ the people that find these things. And so it's a very slippery slope. And I think with Nancy Crawford, it's unconstitutional to discriminate against any group. So I would hate to see you discriminate against the people of San Ynez Valley. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I have no more speaker slips. Excuse me, Mr. Morrow.
Thank you. I'm sorry. There was one item that did show up new in the standards I wanted to point out to the Planning Commission. Again, I hope the community understands how many of these policies are new, that although they may have been in the EIR, most people were looking at the policies that they received through the last 4 meetings, and now they're codified here. And even though they're mitigation measures, you have to do a general plan, community plan change if there isn't even one word that changes these development standards in the future. And it just seems really problematic to put so much into the development standards, even if they're carrying over from the EIR. There's nothing wrong with mitigation monitoring programs, but once they become development standards, policies, whatever, you have to amend the community plan to change anything. What I do want to point out to the Planning Commission, which I was really surprised to see, is on page 25, and it's development standard RSW San Ynez Valley 3.1. They're setting up a fee that they don't know what the fee is yet for the maintenance of Tajigas landfill for new development. This does not apply to Santa Barbara. It doesn't apply to San Ynez, the Salavang or Buellton, Goleta. It's going to be for the new development for the San Ynez Valley. And I think that this is one of those, and this was brought up when Mr. Cohen talked about county-wide policies versus project-specific policies. This policy should not be here in the community plan. It should be something that comes from Public Works that covers to every contributor of landfill material to Tehiquis or future landfills, but to single out not existing development or existing communities in the San Ynez Valley, but future development of single-family homes or whatever, to have to pay a Tehiquis fee that doesn't show up on their landfill bill, I think is very problematic. And especially if this policy has not been provided to every other user of Tehiquis. So this certainly has never been done in any other community plan, and I can attest to that. So please look at that particular policy very carefully. And again, there are many others you should be combing through. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one additional speaker,
Yes.
with Tribal Elder Lane Schneider on the Elders Council.
Thank you.
Be short so I can bring down low. It's been a few years since I've been here. I was the Cultural Resource Coordinator for San Ynez. I've dealt with you guys, or worked with all of you for 35 years. And right now, I'm pretty upset with what's happened with LUG San Ynez .6 and 6A, mainly because it's singling out one specific party that's in San Ynez. And because we happen to be a casino tribe that has gotten out from the bottom and trying to be equal to everybody, this is causing friction between certain groups in San Ynez. Not all the people in San Ynez and Solvang area, but certain parties. And what upsets me with it is that it's a single party. It's a single racial issue that brought these things to the forefront. The gentleman before me, before Sam and the lady, basically said that we're hiding our archaeological resources. We're not hiding them. We discover them when you discover them. When someone goes out there and somebody's planning something. We have never tried to hide it. All we've done is try to protect it. That's all we've ever done. And we're not trying to take anybody's land. We're trying to acquire land for ourselves and for our people. Excuse me. I'm a fifth generation Chumash Indian. My family has lived on the land since the 1900s. And I can't live on the land because there's no room for me. But we cannot buy land because there's nothing to buy around the area. Because if we try to make it part of the land close to the reservation, we have problems. This land is important. There's 148 tribal members. We have children that register over 700 descendants. We want to come back to our home. But we have no source or resource to go back to unless we can grab the land or have the land given to us through annexation. If we can't have this process without stipulation within the community, I don't understand. We've always been on the bottom. We're the lower reservation of San Ynez Valley. We have received everything that can happen from the upper reservation. And one of the things I'm going to use is what I used a few years ago. Do you remember the water issue when we had hepatitis on the reservation? Because it was groundwater. The upper San Ynez Valley flows down with the water. The water's underground. What contaminated the water? We have children who were born with problems. We have hepatitis that goes through this thing. You know, and we asked you, I came here and I asked you, please put guidelines in so that, and before you had your sewer system. And I know I'm taking a lot of time, but I want to go over this again because I'm if we're the bottom part of the reservation and we need to grow, where do we go except to the general plan? To have the community plan decide what they want to hear and what they want to do for just certain people is not fair to 148 people that live on the bottom part of San Ynez. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, having no additional speakers, I'm sorry, Mr. Armenta, I believe. Merrill, sorry. I was close. With my last name, it doesn't bother me if I butcher names, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want to get up here and get him in trouble. Good afternoon. My name is Freddie Romero. I work for the elders. I'm employed by the elders specifically to deal with cultural resources, cultural issues, cultural heritage. Has nothing to do with anything that's tied to our economic growth, nor is it tied to our casino. So all the work I do here is specifically to preserve and protect my culture, my heritage, on behalf of my elders and the rest of our tribe, as well as the rest of the nation that is represented within Santa Barbara County, which is made up of several different tribal groups who are listed under the name of Chumash. And I want to just address one of the items that Mr. Herthal, I believe is his name, had spoken to, and that had to do with hiding these things and hiring archaeologists to go out and discover these things. One of the reasons why we don't have knowledge of everything that's out there is something that Elaine had alluded to, was that it's discovered when you discover it. Anybody does something or builds something, there's certain requirements under CEQA. Sometimes there has to be a survey, and in that survey, archaeological material is discovered. But it's not because we hired an archaeologist to go out there and either plant something or say, hey, I found this. It's because the private owner went out, hired the archaeologist, they did the survey. That's one of the biggest issues I think I have in this whole process, because it's skewed from the get-go. The private individual hires the archaeologist, who pays their salary, who pays their company to send him out there and go do the work. You get enough of these archaeologists out there saying, hey, you know what, this is what I'm finding, and you guys should not do this on behalf of the tribe. They're not going to be hired anymore. So that's an issue I have with it. That's the other side of that coin. But one of the reasons that we don't know where a lot of stuff is because we don't have access to it. It's private property. It's land that we occupied at one time, but because of what has happened in the past, we no longer occupy the land. It is now bought and sold, and it's owned by individuals who have property rights, which I can respect the property rights. When I get involved in issues like this, I keep that in the back of my mind. What do I want from land that I own? Who do I want coming telling me what I can do at my land? Well, there's certain things that, I understand that, there's individuals out there that have connection to it, and that's where we're at. We have connections to the land. We don't want to tell you what to do with your land. We just want to help protect what is there. And sometimes it gets destroyed because somebody didn't want to take the time to say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and do this study on behalf of this culture. I think just out of respect, that somebody would say, okay, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to protect this, or we're going to undertake this study. And those are things that we're asking. And, it's not that we want to take advantage of what, of a person who owns private property, or either try to change, what a private owner has or what the rights are. That's not what we want. We just want to be able to go out and protect which belongs to our culture, to our heritage. And lastly, I'm just, in regards to this LUG 6Y, or LUG SY 6-1, I don't think it should be in this. It shouldn't be in this plan, because not only does it not belong there, but I believe it's an infringement upon the sovereignty of our nation. I mean, there's certain rights that we have that are constitutionally guaranteed to us, that are inalienable rights that were given to us by your government, who signed these treaties with Native American people, that we would deal at a government-to-government relationship, and not at, with put our rights into paperwork like this that says, okay, we're going to push all the treaties or those rights aside, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and put these into a public forum where we're going to let them decide what rights you actually have. So I think right now, with leaving that in there, that's what it's going to do. It's going to violate the rights that we have with your government, and as well as our government, because we live in this country. But it's something that was guaranteed us. So that's, I'm just asking that would be removed, that it doesn't need to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Caldwell.
Chairman Blau, members of the commission, I'm Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. As you know, I don't come to planning commission meetings very often, and we just felt this issue, we have some issues with the overall plan in terms of its devaluing property values for a few people, which we don't think is fair. But I wanted to speak with you about this policy 6 with respect to annexations. Well, we've asked over the years with respect to the county tribal relations is that the county would recognize the tribe for what it is, and that is it's a sovereign nation by virtue of federal law. And secondly, it's a legally authorized casino by virtue of state compact. And we've always appealed to whether it was Brooks Firestone or Gail Marshall or Doreen Farr to say, you know, if we don't come to terms with the fact that they're a federally recognized reservation and that they have a state compact, there's never going to be peace in the valley. If you don't recognize the fact that they're a government, we'll never have peace in the valley. Now, we've told people that are CoLab members that don't like the casino, we've told them you don't have to like the casino. But it's not a county issue. It's a state issue, and it's a federal issue. And I feel like this policy, you're trying to bind, in a certain sense, you're trying to bind future boards, which is illegal. You can't do that. You can't prejudge. That's called prejudice. You can't prejudge applications before they've been filed. But secondly, you're treating them differently. If Buellton or Solving annexes property, all the county land use codes and the zoning become moot. They're gone once any other jurisdiction annexes property. It's over, it's gone. So by definition, all annexations accomplish the same purpose, and that is to end the county's jurisdiction over those properties. Now, the bottom line is, yes, I've sat through some of these negotiations between the board and other jurisdictions. They're not all judged the same. When UCSB buys property, it takes it off the tax rolls. Are they treated the same as the city of Santa Maria, or the city of Buellton, or the city of Santa Barbara, Goleta? No. Goleta got the worst end of that shaft. There hasn't been a one-size-fits-all. But to think that you could take a community plan and single out the tribe by itself, and one of the things we've always challenged is treat the tribe and UCSB the same and we'll be quiet. But they're not treated the same. Effect on tax rolls is the same. And in fact, I would argue that the impacts to the community are worse in Goleta than they are in the San Ynez Valley. But the point is, I don't think this policy is legal. And it certainly doesn't make sense. And politically, you cannot bind future boards by saying we're going to automatically oppose all future annexations. And your staff's been talking about some annexation policy. Well, let's see how that one holds muster. That's future tense. You can't do this today. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I'm out of speaker sips, seeing nobody else walk up. Mr. Hertel. I don't want this to be a debate, so I hope this is going to be very short.
I do agree with Andy that there's too much controversy, and there's so much going on in the valley with this situation. But I think the thing that's important for this body, since you're making judgment based on this as a government, and I've mentioned this to the council, is you need to examine Carciera versus the Department of Interior, and this tribe needs to show that they are legally recognized. Because you're making deals, like, you know, we can't be making deals with a group that's not legally recognized. So before it goes any further, this needs to be, and Mr. Cohen can help you figure that out, but it needs to be figured out.
Okay, thanks. And I will close it to public comment. Bring it back to commission. I did already, I believe. I'm moved by the issue of, I don't understand why we would have that policy in the document, especially if the board's going to address the issue later on. And I agree that it is silly to try and bind future boards, just like we don't want to bind future commissions. You know, so you never know what relevant information is going to be here 5 or 10 years from now, and so I just don't see the reason for it. Mr. Johnson, before I pull the other commissioners, do you have a comment?
I guess my only comment would be just to provide a little more context for how the policy arrived here. It was that the plan was initiated by the VPAC. It went to the board. The board had expressed some concerns. There was a community forum held in the Valley. The community expressed a number of issues related to the plan. Out of that came a recommendation back to the full board by Supervisors Gray and Firestone, and one of the items for recommendation was this policy number 6 and action item 6.1, and direction was given to County Council by the board to direct specific language relative to this policy issue. And that's the history and background of how this policy arrived in the plan.
Well, for me, I still have great difficulty with it because it binds future boards. If the board wants to try and bind future boards, that's good, but I can't make a recommendation that they do that. I just think that's bad policy. Commissioner Cooney, do you have a comment?
Well, I'll take this as an invitation to ask my thoughts on the poll. And I spoke out at this at one of our first Sandy Nez hearings. It's not that the concept of the counties taking an action with respect to an assertion of jurisdiction over county property isn't appropriate, but it doesn't seem to me that it has anything to do with the county's planning here, and specifically with our recommendation to the board. For one thing, it's badly drafted. I'm not sure that anybody trying to enforce this policy would know the intended use of the property before it's annexed in any event, because the effort to acquire new property doesn't necessarily need to state what the purpose is. But secondly, it's out of place, and I'd support removing it from its place as a part of Exhibit A to Attachment F.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I guess for the third time today, I would support leaving this in. And again, I don't know a lot of this history. And when I was reading this, outside of this, I'm reading about the loss of jurisdictional authority when the intended use is inconsistent. I live in an unincorporated area. We don't have a community plan. We're waiting. You know, this is one of the biggest concerns we have living in the unincorporated area when, the city wants to annex. And it just seems to me, if the people, and they had a special meeting, if they want this, and again, I'm looking at the other side of the community plan area, with the city of Buellton, with the city of Solvang. I mean, it's there to encourage compatibility with the surrounding area. Again, it goes back to the goals of the plan. And if 100 people go to a meeting, it's been in. It can apply to many instances. It's just not the one. And just for that reason, and if I think about Santa Rosa Road, I would like to see this policy stay in.
Commissioner Valencia.
I don't really have any real thoughts on this. I don't have any problem with it.
The board wanted it in there. I don't have any opinion on it. It's just in there. So I think it's easier to leave it in if the board wants to take it out. And if they want to leave it in, then it's already there. That's the way I kind of look at it.
Okay, I think since we don't have a clear resolution, when we actually take up this vote, I want to take this issue on a separate item to let them know that at least two of us think it should not be in the plan. Okay, any other discussion or comments by commissioners? Okay, then I think it's probably time to make a motion for the continuance of this hearing. And I believe we are talking about July the 15th.
Chair Blau, I do have one other issue
Okay.
in the list. It had to do with the language of the farm stay. If I can find that. Okay, this is in attachment F, page 11. It's in the action item 4.1. And I would like to suggest that the language there be altered to perhaps read more like the county shall consider developing an ordinance allowing agricultural farm stays, et cetera. And then the second sentence there seems to be dependent on what would happen as a result of that study. It says farm stays may be permitted where compatible with on-site and neighboring agricultural production. And it seems to me that that's presupposing, again, you know, that whatever the ordinance that would be derived, you know, is going to go through. So there's just, I have a problem with the language on that. So maybe staff could help me with that.
Chairman Blau, members of the commission, I think the suggested changes are in fact probably clearer to staff. And I think the second sentence does, as it was, I guess, recrafted at the last meeting, does presuppose certain conditions where it might be acceptable, and I think that ultimately should be left up to any process that develops such an ordinance.
Yeah, I do have one more item, I'm sorry. In response to Mr. Moore's comments about the Haggis landfill, I think she's right. I don't think that this is page 25 at the bottom, the new underlined section. It's inappropriate that the only people that would be paying the landfill charges are those that are newly developed under this plan.
Chairman Blau, with the commission's permission, maybe I can go back and talk to our colleagues at Public Works and just get a sense of the genesis of this. And I mean, the rationale is that existing ratepayers are paying some sort of fee relative to maintaining that facility, and also concurrently looking to extend its life, and then if need be, look at future possible sightings for a replacement when the capacity runs out at Tehiguis. And by having new people who enter the system pay, it creates an equal system where those costs are spread up proportionally. But if the commission has concerns about that, certainly we can raise that with Public Works and come back with any suggested changes.
Well, yeah, I think this is really a county-wide issue. It's not just for these people, but here's the consequence that could happen. Much like you have with the Santa Maria City water meter fees. You know, many years ago they decided that they didn't want any of the existing ratepayers paying for state water, so they developed a program and a math that makes just the new connection people pay for the state water fees. Well, the consequence is, you know, in the year 2013, a 2-inch water meter is about $250,000. Because only the new people are paying off the old bond bills. And this is what could happen here. It might be where I'd like to see the numbers on this, but I'm guessing that this landfill fee could be huge because it's divided over a very few number of people. So I'm in favor of taking it out completely unless you can convince me that it's a minor fee, and I think the rest of the commission might feel the same way. Commissioner Cooney and Commissioner Brown.
I'd like to hear why Public Works wanted it in there. So that's, there may have been some reason, so we need to hear that.
Commissioner Cooney.
I didn't get that far in my analysis as you did, Commissioners Brown and Blau. I simply was hung up on the fact that here we're adopting a plan for at least the next 20 years, and we're talking about a specific landfill that may or may not be here 3 years from now. I was looking to generalize any fee to address the environmental issue, which is the need for waste disposal to be spread over all of the county's inhabitants. So I would expect a similar policy to be in any plan that we see in the future. I don't think it necessarily is bad that it's in here, but to tie it to a specific user fee for a specific facility is I think, too narrow for the use here.
So that being said, I think there's consensus on that issue for you. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, thank you, Chair Blau. I had another question about some language on, in attachment F on page 39, and this had to do with the inventory of historical resources. We have discussed this at several hearings, and this is the language that staff has come up with. And it says, within 5 years of adoption of the final plan, the county shall initiate an inventory of historical resources within the planning area. And I'm okay with that. However, we had that list that was Appendix H. Remember, I think the last time we had our hearing, we had asked staff just to clean that up, to, investigate. I know that, it might be much more work than we had anticipated. I just want to get the status of that, and is that why we have gone to this language? And will the appendix be in the final plan?
Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Brooks, I think as it was pointed out by Commissioner Cooney at the last meeting, and ultimately I think why the board decided to not consider the appendix, well, they did for multiple reasons. One was that there was a concern that the appendix in it itself would lead to some sort of greater scrutiny of projects that might be scrutinized otherwise. The second was the veracity and source of the list. And there are, from staff's perspectives, we need to bring in a specialist to come in and assist us with this. I think it takes more expertise than going out and looking through records to determine the age of a building than what was provided in that list, which was a helpful start, I think, for any professional that we might want to bring in. But I don't think that we want to use that list as kind of an exhaustive source for development review planners when they take a look at projects.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Blau. Earlier today, we had a request for a possible action item for this dispute resolution. I just want to get a consensus. We didn't address it at all. It was from the open project, from the Right to Farm ordinance. We all received this, and I would like to hear from other commissioners if they've read it, if we want to consider
Commissioner Cooney.
an action item for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support including this as an action item. I think what we have and will have in the future in the valley, maybe even to a greater extent, as has been suggested by staff, conflicts between open agriculture and the adjacent residential uses of property in the valley. And all this is a method of the city of Davis to resolve these disputes. And I have no problem with simply including it as an action item for the board and county to consider in the future.
And I would concur with that, although it's not a part of this community plan. It would be a separate action that we bring at a later time, because this is actually would be a countywide policy, not specific to the plan. So,
Commissioner Blau and members of the commission, I think my past response when this issue came up is that part of our work program for this year is that we have 2 ag planners, and one of the policy issues that they're addressing is buffers policy. Any good buffers policy is going to inherently have a dispute resolution process, and I think as Commissioner Blau and Cooney have pointed out, it needs to be a county-wide policy rather than just specific for Santa Ynez. So I'm happy to report we're working on it. If your commission feels compelled to have an action item to strengthen that further, we can put something in.
Commissioner Blau. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm sure you're quite aware of it, but just to remind you that there does exist a facilitation process for development permit appeals. So when there's a third-party appeal of a development permit, then the board has set up a system whereby county council facilitates between the 2 parties. As an example is a neighbor who appeals somebody else's approved land use permit from the Planning Commission. That will then, there's a process where our office, county council, does facilitate between the 2 parties. So just so you're aware that there does exist one process already.
Commissioner Cooney?
I mean, I don't think, Mr. Yates, anything we're talking about is inconsistent with that. We're really trying to develop a policy that would strike at the very lowest levels, neighbor versus neighbor, and provide some kind of intermediary so that these disputes could be worked out before they even reach the decision makers. So I don't know if it's financially feasible, but I just wanted to encourage staff to do it. I'm satisfied that Mr. Johnson and his staff are going to be coming forth to this commission and the board with a recommendation in the future. So I don't think we need to include it, and if we did include it, we wouldn't want to prejudice the work that you're doing. So I'm fine with it just as is.
Okay, seeing no further lights on, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to continue the hearing to July 15th. Is that correct? Which is a regular meeting, and it's where?
Mr. Chair, that is a regular meeting, and it is in this hearing room.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Commissioner Blau, before we do adjourn for today, just so staff is clear moving forward, what we will do is take your comments from today, wrap them into changes to the findings and to all the accompanying documents. And our understanding is the only outstanding issue that's on the table at this point is your discussion about the various properties that were identified for study by the VPAC in the down zone. And that extent, we'll be going through and doing a zone analysis and taking a look at the various different areas that are being considered for down zone. And then from there, I think we could bring back for you on the 15th a way for your commission to take final action on a series of recommendations to the board, and at that meeting, make any adjustments to the map as needed. Because you can see these set of 4 recommendations reference maps, and if depending on how the final recommendation is made, whether it's the current project description, heritage sites, or down zone, we can quickly make changes to the map to reflect the whatever motion the commission makes.
Okay.
Commissioner Brown?
I just had one thing. You'd indicated that you would be coming up with some language on scenic overlay. We're just going to delay that until the 15th?
I do have some language,
Okay.
if the commission is prepared to hear that tonight, about the scenic overlay. The county shall consider the designation of public roadways for a scenic corridor overlay which includes goals, policies, and development standards to protect the rural character.
So, and so as I understand, we're going to revisit this issue
Yeah,
later in great
and we'll
detail.
come back with some. We'll
Great.
come back
Yeah,
with some
fine.
language.
Great. I'll agree with that. Okay, Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
And Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.